We'll start the meeting on time. Maybe some introductory remarks from my side, particularly to the committee as well. You will recall that in the previous meeting, we agreed that we will not go through it page by page. We're going to assume everyone has read and studied the report. We have 4 reports to go through today, and we need to create the space later in the meeting to take our resolutions. So what we're going to do is we'll have an initial round of questions from the committee. I'm going to allocate 5 minutes per member for the initial round. Then we'll have a follow-up round for any follow-up questions of 3 minutes per member. And if necessary, if there's any further comments, then there will be a last round of 2 minutes each. So we're going to be stricter in terms of time, and we're going to work on the basis that we assume everyone has read the report. Colleagues, also, when you pose your questions, please indicate the part of the report and the page number you're referring to, just for ease of reference. And then that brings me to the next part, the welcoming part. I'm going to ask each of the members, as is the practice, just to introduce themselves. Well, I'm Thomas Walters, chairperson of the committee.
I'm Benedicte van Minnen, member of the committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the MEC, HOD, and the department. I am Ayanda Barnes.
Molweni nonke igama lami nguBenson ngizilungu lale committee. Inkosi.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I'm Donita Stevens, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
I can ask the members online to also just introduce themselves.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, colleagues. I am Member Boyson, and I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning, Chairperson, colleagues. Gillian Postman, alternating for member Wendy Philander.
Good morning, Chair, and everyone else. Aisha Kasi, member of the committee. Thank you.
Right, that's all the members, and Member Bosman is standing in for Member Philander today. If I can ask the procedural officer before I forget again.
Good morning, everyone. Wasim Matthews, procedural officer.
And over to Minister and your various entities and departments. If you can introduce yourselves.
Thank you, colleagues, Chairperson, members of the Standing Committee. And my name is Ricardo Mackenzie, Provincial Minister of Cultural Affairs and Sport. And I'm going to ask everyone to introduce themselves so the Standing Committee can get to know who the team is if they don't know who the team members are. HOD.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. My name is Guy Redman. I'm the Head of Department for Cultural Affairs and Sport.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. My name is Brenda Ratges, and I am the Chief Financial Officer for the Department and Public Entities.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Carol van Wyk. I'm the Chief Director of Cultural Affairs in the department. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Michael Janssen van Rensburg. I'm the Director for Museums, Heritage and Geographical Names, and also the CEO for Heritage Western Cape.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Lyndon Bauer, and I am the Chief Director for Sport and Recreation.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Thabo Tutu, Director Sport Promotion.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Danielle Manuel. I'm the Director responsible for sports development.
Good morning. My name is Themba Mkhunu. I'm the Director for Arts, Culture and Language Unit. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am Genevieve Lentz, and I am the Chairperson for the Western Cape Language Committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I am Cecilia Sani, the Director for Library Service.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Nomaza Tingayo, the Director for Provincial Archives and Record Service.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Jackie Ball from the Youth and After School Program and DCAS.
Good morning, everyone. Sean Julie, Director, Strategic and Operational Management Support.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dion Burger,
Deputy Director and in the Office of the Head of Department.
I just had a bird whisper in my ear that there is a doctorate amongst us, a recently achieved doctorate, Michael Janssen van Rensburg. So congratulations on behalf of the committee.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, members. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Right. Yes. So we celebrate that kind of thing in the committee. If I, Minister, perhaps if I can give you a moment, maybe just for some comments from your side, and then colleagues, I'll give you a chance just now. What I have in mind is that from 8 o'clock until 10:15, when the first tea break is, that we deal with the Cultural Commission, the Language Committee, and the Heritage Committee, and then from 10:30 to 12:30 we deal with the department itself, and then from 12:30 till 1 o'clock we deal with the resolutions of both community and safety as well as cultural affairs and sport, in terms of how we are going to manage our time. Member Provincial.
Thank you very much, Chair. No, mine, I heard you allocating time. Would I be wrong if I say that time allocation was just for it to serve as a guide, but not to stifle discussions? Would I be wrong if I make that conclusion? I heard you talking about 5 minutes, this and that, you know. So I'm not comfortable if you were to be strict as if we are in the House in this instance.
Well, 5 minutes for the first round, 3 minutes for the second round, and then 2 minutes for any last remarks. That should be adequate and will be equitably distributed amongst all the members there. But if there's a real issue, then we'll deal with it then. But colleagues, let's keep in mind that we're dealing with the annual report, and we do have a particular time allocation for this. So it's certainly not my intention to stifle anything, but at the same time, I think the time allocation should be sufficient. Member van Minnen.
Thank you very much, Chair. My concern is, I agree, we mustn't stifle debate, but if one allows an inordinate amount of time on one item, the unintended consequence is that it stifles debate on subsequent items. And as it is, we have 3 entities that have to be dealt with, and then the main report. One can't have a situation where we only get to the main report with half an hour left of the entire meeting, because that is in essence then stifling. So there has to be a distribution that is equitable, but allows people to express themselves, but also allows enough time for all the matters to be dealt with. Thank you.
One must also think about it like this. If there's an equitable amount of time for everyone, then it makes sure that the discussion isn't stifled. That's also the point of it. But colleagues, let's not waste time on debating the time. Let's get into the meeting as well. Again, I've assumed everyone have read the report. So colleagues, we have let's start with the Language Committee, the Western Cape Language Committee, Wes-Kaapse Taalkomitee. I'm going to, as I said, it's a fairly short report. I'm taking the entire report as is, and I'm asked, oh, my apologies, Minister, you wanted to make some introductory remarks.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you also for the congratulations on Dr. Michael Janssen van Rensburg. And right next to him is also another doctor, soon to be conferred. So we also need to give her congratulations. So, Dr. Carol. I'm just going to make some quick remarks, Chairperson, if I may. And I actually want to start with a poster that I got this morning, that I arranged from last night and this morning. This is how our children sees us. This is from our Children's Commissioner, and they studied our 2023-2024 annual report. And this is how they see the department. We're a very youth in children-centric department. We've got a lot of youth programs, as you'll see from your annual report. And if you haven't seen, it's actually quite a lovely poster as to how they look at our department: libraries, sports, culture, archives, geographical names. And it's lovely that this parliament over many years has made young people part of our legislative process. So it was incredible, lovely thing to see that they told me last night they want to hand over something to me this morning. So, but Chairperson, today we present our 2023-2024 annual report of DCAS and our respective entities. I wish to thank our predecessor, Minister Anno Mare, who's been here for 9 years in this department, a stalwart in this department, responsible for this portfolio and the year under review. And I have the utmost faith in the HOD Redmond and the team that they'll respond to the questions of the committee today. This is a team who are passionate and dedicated about making a difference in the lives of the people of the Western Cape, young people in particular. So we're here to reflect an account of the past year. However, I cannot be helped but being excited about the future, seeing also that this portfolio is when I became a member of the legislature 11 years ago, this portfolio is the first portfolio I chaired. So I've got a passion for sport. As we are moving forward in the spirit of the GNU and the new South Africa, there is, however, one opportunity that I also want to highlight with the Standing Committee, with a particular request from the Standing Committee. As you know, we have 376 libraries across the Western Cape. They are critical service point in our communities. They offer access to opportunities, information, recreation, and safety. But we want to do more to unlock the potential of our libraries to be integrated service hub for our residents. While government struggles to stretch a dwindling budget for meeting the needs of communities, our libraries offer an excellent opportunity to do more for the well-being of people of our province. Any of us here have spent time in our libraries will know that the entire life course of a child can change when they visit the library. I can speak from my personal experience as well. Interestingly, when we recently celebrated the Denoon Library, I phoned one of the first libraries I went to as a child 35 years ago, and the person that picked up the phone was my librarian. Can you believe it? It is an incredible show. It shows how libraries still have an impact on our life, and she's still working at the library. Our department has a vision for libraries in the Western Cape to become integrated hubs for government services, provincial and local, to fill the gaps and provide more opportunities for young and old people. At the core of this vision and partnerships that Cecilia and her team has developed with municipalities. But to make this vision a reality, we need the support and enable these partners who are the forefront of running the libraries in the ground with the support from the province. Which brings me back to the ask of the committee to help us in protecting our libraries. Some of you may be aware that library crisis is brewing related to the payment of VAT on the funding transfer paid to municipalities. Chairperson and colleagues, the risk is that 187 of the 376 libraries in the Western Cape, if we do not take action to protect those service points, that is a massive risk. It's more than half of the libraries that are at risk. The action that we propose to the Standing Committee is a legislative change that we as a Standing Committee partnering with the Western Cape government to assign this service to libraries starting the 1st of July next year. However, today's meeting is obviously not the legislative meeting, but I do want to bring this important matter to the Standing Committee because we are going to perhaps even call for a special Standing Committee in the next few weeks. And I urge the indulgence of members of the Standing Committee to help us in getting this legislation through before the financial year end. I know it's not going to be easy. It's a tough ask, but I thought while we let me use the opportunity just to raise this matter with the Standing Committee going forward, and then we will make ourselves available with the teams to come and present the case before the Standing Committee why we should make this legislation a priority, because libraries is an important matter. And I just thought I'd leave that here with the Standing Committee. But thank you very much. We're here. We're available to ask any questions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Colleagues, I suggest we take that matter up when we get to resolutions, that we don't, Minister, obviously, I think you're passionate about it. You're in a sense lobbying the committee there. I just don't want the agenda to get disrupted there, but the matter I can give assurances we'll deal with the matter under resolutions. Colleagues, with the Language Committee, I'm assuming that everyone has read it. In fact, when I read the report, when I first saw it, I thought this is quite a hefty document. Then I realized it's translated into all 3 languages, as it should be. So it's actually quite a short report. I'm not going to go through it page by page. I'm not going to do what we did last week. That was too time consuming. And as the committee said at the time, we're going to assume everyone has read it. So I'm going to give opportunities now for the entire report. I'm going to give opportunities now for members. As I said, your initial take is 5 minutes per member. Please indicate the page number that you're referring to, and let's have your inputs. I'm taking hands for inputs around the Language Committee. I see Member Van Minnen. Any online hands? Okay, Member Van Minnen.
Thank you very much. My instinct is to immediately hone in on libraries, but I'll hold that over and restrict myself here to the issue of language. What I'm particularly interested in, and I mean it is contained largely through the report, but on page 9 of the English translation of the report, it talks about issues of indigenous languages other than English, Afrikaans, and isiXhosa. And I just want to find out how much progress has been made in essentially extending spaces for those, other indigenous languages in the Western Cape, and what are they, so that we just know where we are with that. Thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions? Right, over to the Language Committee.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll start, and then if there are any further comments, the work of the Language Committee and the work of the department is very intertwined. The 2 languages that we focused on to sort of get going in earnest in this is Nama and Khoikhoi. Nama, we've been doing this for quite a while. We've produced a Teach Yourself Nama booklet, which is available in English, Afrikaans, as well as isiXhosa. It's now been digitized, and it's available on USBs and any other digital formats that you'd want. And the effort there is to try and promote multilingualism and for people to try and teach themselves at their own pace. The issue with languages, of course, is if you don't speak them, you will never learn them. You've got to actively try and speak them. The Khoikhoi, we started an initiative with the UCT together with a lecturer from Namibia, which was working with UCT. And for some time, we ran classes at UCT to try and promote this language. And we are going to be resuscitating this with time. We've just recently created a new connection with colleagues from Namibia from a similar department, a similar DCAS in Namibia, and we're going to try and have a agreement between us, government to government. The last one we were working through UCT. We also have a project which focuses on GAPs. We are developing a trilingual dictionary for GAPs, and that we are doing together with UWC. So those are the 3 areas that we are currently focusing on, but I just want to check with the committee if there's any others that I've left out.
Colleagues, any further questions from any other member? Any follow-up questions, Member Van Minnen?
I don't want to fall down a rabbit hole because I find this particularly interesting, but I must just ask, in terms of, obviously, a lot of people who speak indigenous languages are aging, and certainly in the Northern Cape, when seeing a lot of people, or some people dying off and languages essentially becoming extinct. Is there also an attempt to preserve these languages in such a way digitally that even if one doesn't have any current speakers, one still has the recordings of the language that potentially at some point could be used in future.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the National Department is leading with this through the PANSALB. They've done some work, particularly with the Ngu language, which most of us might know Oma Katrina, who's one of the only fluent speakers of the language still alive, and she's now, I think, in her 90s now. And they've done quite a lot of work to record that language and also to write it down as much as possible. But the San languages are also being done in the Northern Cape and via PANSALB as well to protect some of the San languages. We want to try and get to a stage where people are speaking these languages more frequently. I mean, if you go to Namibia, Khoikhoi is spoken every day. It's not a language people only speak, it's spoken every day. And if we can get our communities doing that, it can land. There is a town, I've just forgotten the name of the town now, in Northern Cape, where they are teaching in Nama, and they've tried and ingrained Nama into the school curriculum. They do use the other languages of instruction, but Nama is specifically being used. So there are pockets of excellence in the country, but the leader for us as a South African government is the PANSALB. Thank you.
Right, colleagues, that then takes care of the Language Committee. We'll revisit all of this under resolutions then. If we can move on to the Western Cape Cultural Commission. So colleagues, I'm going to put the report in its totality to the committee. I'll give a chance, so since we're going quite fast, I'll give a chance for the committee members to calibrate. Any questions from the committee in terms of the report on the Cultural Commission? I see member Gwensu. Any other hands? Member, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. A few questions to pose. I think it's page 5. Paragraph 2, in this paragraph, I think is a forward by the chair of the Cultural Commission. A claim is made that the commission would ensure that its programs projected, promoted the practice and respect of the diverse cultures of the people of the Western Cape. Now, then the question arises, have you ever considered to identify the youth in schools, in this instance, irrespective of the levels of education? That's the first question. In the same paragraph, you highlighted monetary support. Is that the only support which was provided in this instance, through transfer payments? Paragraph 5, I've noted that, the challenges you flagged, and these the only challenge. Are these the only challenges which, in this instance, you flagged? What about the initiation schools? What about the initiation sites in the period under review? Has the issue of initiation sites been resolved across the province or across municipalities? If not, which are the municipalities are giving the initiation process some degree of difficulties? To what extent also is in the period under review, the land invasion has actually affected this particular platform, instance? Is the commission ready for the December season, initiation season? And nowhere where I was able to identify any workshop will talk to the reskill or the retraining of what is called amakangata. Ubaututu may translate that. You know, I couldn't get that, you know, because for me, that is important. You might have been made the Kangata last year, but you ought to be, trained from time to time. On strategic overview, I think it's page 9, paragraph 3. Given your competence, you know, which also talk to advising the MEC, in this period, what major policy advices have you developed and placed before the MEC? Because we take this cultural commission serious in this instance. So the committee is deeply interested to understand that organizational structure. How is gender representation in organizational structure? Maybe you'll help us. The last point, second last point, page 13, paragraph 3. Given the robust discussion and debates around cultural identity, cultural practices, accessibility to the cultural facility, etc., and you claim you have taken decisions and recommendations, but nowhere in the report were such recommendations are actually outlined, so that we are aware. We don't just applaud you for having discussed, having taken decisions, having made recommendations. I think as a committee, we ought to be made aware about such recommendations. Also, paragraph 5, you make a point, given the challenges perhaps you might have alluded in respect to your staff complement, the use of EPWP. The use of EPWP. You know, how long have you been using these poor EPWP workers for your facilities? How long have they been there? You know, I'll come back with a follow-up question on this one as soon as you respond to it. On the organizational environment, page 13, you know, you spoke about structural challenges, but such structural challenges are not explained in this instance. What are those? So those are the few questions, Chair, which I prepared to pose for the Cultural Commission. Thank you very much.
I see a possible resolution there at the end as well, but we'll discuss it when we get there. Colleagues, any other questions from any of the other members? Okay, over to the Cultural Commission.
I just say perhaps just say a few words just before my colleagues response, because they're experts in the field. On the 26th of September, in fact, we had a meeting with the Western Cape Initiation Committee. And one of the discussions there was the very important matter raised around land and cultural sites. And one of the gentlemen there who's been around for a very long time, I think Mr. Edmund is more than 80 years old or something, I can't remember. Dr. Comm, he's been around, I'm sure you know, he's very long time. And he made a proposal that I actually thought was very innovative. Something that he said that why don't we use some of the land in some of our nature sites and sandparks and interesting. And so we're just waiting for, and I said to them, consult with with everyone, because everybody needs to be on board. So we're just waiting for formal resolution. That's obviously for the future, not for the past. But I just thought I'll say that. Interestingly enough, when we were in Johannesburg and Pretoria for the repatriation and reburial event, I've mentioned it to the chairperson of the National Heritage Council. And he said, well, he actually sat on the board of sandparks. And he also thought, they were also thought many years ago that's something that could be done. So I think forward-looking, Honourable Member, that's certainly an opportunity in dealing with these challenges that you've raised now around municipalities and which my colleagues will respond to. So thank you for raising the question, but I do think forward-looking, there's an opportunity for us to deal with this matter once and for all, that whoever comes in 10, 15 years' time know exactly where to go to, know exactly what to do. Thank you. I will Temba respond to that.
Thank you, Chair. We going to take the questions. Different colleagues are going to answer some of the questions. The bulk of the questions on initiation, to be fair to the Commission, I would rather they get addressed under DCAS. The Commission has a substructure, an initiation reference committee, which is just an advisory structure, but does not fulfill the role that DCAS fulfills within the initiation space. But we can try and answer, but I don't think it's the matter relating to initiation sits squarely with the Commission. I'm going to hand over to Carol to start answering some of the questions. You can share with Temba, and our chairperson is seated, Mr. Okwaza, seated right at the end there. Will also assist with some of the answers. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. On the question in regard to the sites, initiation sites under the period of review, just to note there, member, that when one looks at the initiation in itself, and as what the HOD have mentioned, there's another structure which deals with initiation in its complete totality, which is based on the Traditional Leadership Act, not the Customary Initiation Act, where a PICC, Provincial Initiation Committee, has been established. And on the sites, we have moved that under the oversight of the PICC to look into sites. But notwithstanding as well, it is a standing item on the agenda of the PICC, which we will talk about in the when we get to the department, when we deal with initiation, customary initiation. In regard to whether we are ready for the initiation summer season, we have had representation and presentation at the National Initiation Oversight Committee. It was held, where are we now, October, in September, where all provinces were requested to present on our readiness, and we are ready. In fact, Chairperson, tomorrow we are having a training of practitioners where we will train them in health, the legislation, and everything that has to do with the customary initiation. Just in terms of the municipalities, member, we are working with the municipalities in regard, for instance, I note that we've been at some of the municipalities, and I know member would probably also know that there are some municipalities that have been, given some issues, but we've overcome that in regard to meeting with municipalities and to find alternative land and spaces where we work with the forums as well. And Mr. Temba Mkunu can further expand on that as to how we assist the forums in getting alternative land or sites to basically keep or to do the practice of initiation in the particular season. We have also, with the City of Cape Town, have entered into a protocol agreement where the customary initiation is receiving attention as well, Chair. In regard to Saldanha, we are also close in terms of finalizing that memorandum of understanding with them in regard to the sites that they would use. But insofar as we work with municipalities in regard to the department, we try at all best to keep the sentiments and of the forums that practice the initiation practice to ensure that we support them in getting sites when they go forward in terms of the initiation season. Okay. Just need to check where there are any other, perhaps while I'm checking for any other question, maybe Temba can just fill in on the initiation and the readiness of the season so that you bring up direct responses in regard to that, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chair. So just on the issue of land, maybe one to highlight, it will be the matter around Stellenbosch municipality. For example, there was a meeting, Chair, happy is here as well, which happened on Wednesday with the CRL Commission, which we were also invited to. It's around the issue of Alders Valley. But since that meeting, Stellenbosch has indicated that there's 2 pockets of land that were identified to ensure that both Amahlubi and Abesutu site can be used, but also as well as the Amaklosa site can be used. So there's a exercise that needs to be done, which I believe the CRL will be visiting Stellenbosch so that they can go visit the site, specifically the one that needs to be used by Abesutu and Amahlubi, to make sure that all the services that are required and the development of that site will be on par to make sure that initiation happens properly. But also to highlight on that, remember the Stellenbosch Municipal, for example, they've also made efforts, recently bought a water truck that will assist with the initiation site, because in the last season, they noted that when they use the fire trucks, when there's an emergency, you'll find that therefore one is out of commission because it must attend to taking water to the initiation site. So an attempt was made therefore to add a truck specifically that will therefore assist initiation during the seasons. And then just to echo that, some of the municipalities, we are moving towards having memorandum of agreements with them. So we have not had really major challenges on those. So far for the summer season, I can say that we are progressing well. We should be ready. Just to also note that trainings are happening. We did actually have a training that was looking at organizational development of the forums, which was quite a success. Over and above that, therefore, we planned the one that we are having starting tomorrow in Otoren, and then it will move closer to the other district, which is health and hygiene. So basically to ensure that in terms of the health protocols, everyone who is involved, they adhere to that to make sure that our initiates bahambe baphila babuye bephila. So that's our motto. Thank you so much. But I think the last one also you raised around the youth in schools. If we can take the programs, there is a program that we are doing within the CACNET, which is Community Arts Center Network, where we have placed artists in schools so that they can support the schools programs in those areas. But it is an ongoing project that we do as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Themba. I must maybe ask the chairperson of the WCCC to respond to some questions as well, especially in terms of the advice to the MEC and then the gender representation, I will take. Thank you.
Well, let me greet you. I'm Chief Lungelo Nokwaza. Let me start by apologizing for the challenges I've been facing almost since last week. I'm living in the outskirts of the province, and it's quite hectic for me in London way, and it has been a very hectic day because I haven't seen my family for the past week. The issue, I didn't hear, Honorable Ngenzu, exactly your question, but obviously I would like to actually let me use a more like a moderate, maybe a strong word, enlighten you around a number of issues around initiation, if you give me that indulgence. Yesterday, we had a meeting of the Cultural Commission, the Western Cape Cultural Commission. And I said in that meeting, because I happen to chair that commission, as of now, I will chair it up to January. I've said the next commission should not be really dealing with the messengers. And then because we're dealing with the messengers, the issues are more complex, are more dynamic than we actually deal with. But I can see people that are talking about Stellenbosch. Let me start with Stellenbosch. But I'm going to actually, if at all you agree, Chair, to outline how the legislative framework, you see, and then is actually structured and how it impacts negatively into our province. I will give you a background because I've been in this program for quite a long period of time. Will you allow me to do that?
So I'm not entirely sure what you're asking me to allow you. Going into the background, or if you can just maybe clarify for me.
I'm saying, Chair, I want to actually, the committee, to give you a broad overview, which may take about 5 to 10 minutes. You see, and then, but I'm saying that then, in terms of there will be specific, you see, and then issues, you see, and then I want to delve on, but also I want to highlight some of the more legislative challenges, you see, and then which impact negatively.
We are busy dealing with the annual report, and I don't want to go into, we can create space for that perhaps at a future committee meeting. I think the member asked some questions, and those are the questions, the questions that need to be answered. So if you can limit yourself to answering member Poinsu's questions, please.
As far as the Stellenbosch issue, which may be, Honorable Ngenzu, may you confirm that is one of your questions related to Stellenbosch issue, because it's a banning issue. Can I give a feedback on that? The Stellenbosch issue, there are two sites there. There are mainly 4 sites, but there are 2 sites which are actually in contestation right now. The people of Sutu and Hlubio region have been using IDA's value for a longest period of time. When we went to court in 2021, not as government, not as cultural commission, but as traditional leadership of the country as Contralesa, we were here. We won the case because the people of Sutu and Hlubio region, they were denied an access to that initiation sites. We won the court. It was around about 12 o'clock. Then at that point in time, it was a very sensational matter because Ingunzi, and then we have to, anyway, but the matter got into the court drawer. That's fine. The Stellenbosch municipality, irrespective of that, still denied using and then the parents to actually access IDA's value in terms of bringing food, using and then to the initiates. And they were actually starving them in any way. That was then 2023 came. In 2023, there was another protracted using and then argument and protracted using and then engagement. And then the Stellenbosch municipality actually said allocated them the picketry. The picketry was not actually suitable, and the picketry is still not suitable. We had a meeting the day before yesterday with 2 Chapter 9 institutions, the Human Rights Commission, the Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Rights Commission, and with Stellenbosch municipality, and the province was represented by Usukwini, Mr. Clement Williams, which I was quite disappointed because I thought that then you were going to send at least a senior person who can take decisions. In that meeting, we have actually agreed that with the Stellenbosch municipality that Calcutta is actually allocated for the people of Nguni origin. There's no, that one we have actually cleared it, in the Stellenbosch municipality. In terms of the picketry, it's not ready yet, and then in terms of the cultural requirements for the cultural initiation of people of Sutu and Hlubio origin. However, the Stellenbosch municipality said it will make it a point that then is actually compliant in 2 weeks' time. That's what they've said. I'm not going to comment on that as to my subjective views. But in terms of that, there's a pending, we said that then we're fine with that. But if the purgatory is not ready in terms of the necessary requirements, it doesn't meet the actual requirement and standards, we will then for this year, and then coming season, and then we will still have to go to Ida's Valley again. And we have made it quite clear that irrespective, as to the decision they've taken as a municipality, which we respect, but if the purgatory is not ready, we will then go to Ida's Valley. And then the officials there also had the problem. We had a bit of a challenge because there were about 2 caucuses there in that meeting. It started at about 10 o'clock. We ended up at about 5. It was not a good meeting. But the feeling outside there is that the Stellenbosch municipality is not really respecting, is undermining. There are issues of racism, let me say so, and then in as far as providing or ensuring that the people who are practicing cultural initiation in Stellenbosch, and then are actually doing that with respect, they are respected. They are treated peacefully. They are treated with dignity. There's that, and then I'm sorry to the officials because this is an issue we actually ventilated and discussed yesterday in the Cultural Commission, but unfortunately, I couldn't actually speak to Guy to give him feedback because even the meeting ended up very late. I had to travel again, But that is in as far as the Stellenbosch issue is concerned. It's the main challenge currently. In as far as the other initiation sites, and then is issues which we have been raising for a period of time, like in terms of provision of water, in terms of ensuring that then the security is actually and then looked at, in terms of ensuring that then they are not used and then as dumping areas, and then those still stands. For instance, the Langa initiation site, which is in a heritage site, has been a model. I've been part of that, and then we developed for a long time to go. But right now, the situation is actually deteriorated, and the city of Cape Town, which at some point in time, some time ago, and then provided water, there were some taps, and then there was a very good cooperation and relationship. But right now, and then that has actually stopped, and then anyway. And it was reported even yesterday, and then by the provincial government that the city of Cape Town is no longer cooperative, and that in as far as ensuring that these initiation sites are properly maintained. And then that's what was actually reported, not by me. And this issue, what I've said yesterday, I've said all of us we have to join hands because we're talking about the children of the people of the Western Cape, irrespective of whether they are from Nguni origin, they are from of a Sotho origin, or they are from of European origin. But on the day, we're talking about our kids in the Western Cape, of which all of us will have to join hands to ensure that, and that we look at them very properly, we look at them with respect, and those who happen to actually undergo, and then a cultural initiation from manhood to boyhood, they are also looked at quite properly so that the whole process doesn't become it stopped to be quite traumatic because the lack of support from government is making this whole and then passage from boyhood to manhood very traumatic. I can say quite a lot, but I respect you because you said that now in terms of where these actually problems emanate from, you say let me not get to that. But I should think it's quite important because you may be sitting here dealing with issues and then which necessarily are not something of your creation. That's what I've said. I've worked with the provincial government in as far as initiation is concerned for a number of years, in any way. We had some problems here and there, but we've resolved all the problems we have. But now there are other problems which are actually from the legislative point of view, and then which are actually making things more difficult for our province.
Any other responses, colleagues? Can I ask you to also limit your responses to the questions that are being asked? We're dealing with the annual report. I'm very happy to create space for the future committee meetings for further presentations or all of that. But questions are asked in terms of the annual report. If you can please limit yourself to those questions. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, on the question that was asked about the gender representativity on the Cultural Commission. So we have 4 ladies and 7 men. That are 4 women and 7 men that are spread across the 3 committees that is part of the commission. And then the question on the EPWPs that the member asked. So we currently have EPWPs at 35 facilities, and they started with the first 2 in 2012. Yeah, those are the information at the facilities, the cultural facilities. So there are currently 35 spread across the cultural facilities that we have within the Western Cape, and it's also part of imparting skills to them. It's an opportunity for them to also get a stipend. One also need to look at the economic situation that we have in the country in terms of support some of these households in terms of the opportunities that are created. But we do take note that they've been there for quite a while. Thank you, Chair.
Member Gwensu, any follow-ups from your side? Your mic.
Page 13, I posed the question, what was behind the structural changes which you outlined on the aspect, on the subheading about organizational environment? That's the first one which you could not answer. The second one relates to recommendations which you claim to have made. Page 13, paragraph 3, none of you responded to that question. Again, the third question you could not respond to are advices in the period under review which you should have made, or perhaps to the MEC in respect to policies. Were there any policy, even your competence or your scope or your mandate? Yeah, those are the not follow up, but are questions which could not be answered.
Over to you.
If I may just have clarity, Chair, member, you asked about the recommendations. Is that the recommendations on the feasibility study? On page 11, the 3rd, 4th paragraph. Page 13, sorry.
Plenary, which you hosted, you claim to have had robust discussions and so on, and that you took decisions and there were recommendations, and nowhere where such recommendations are actually indicated in the report. Under overview of performance, the 2nd paragraph, it starts with 4 plenary meetings.
Chair, if I may.
Yeah, just from what I understand is what were the actual recommendations? It's actually as simple as that, a breakdown of what those recommendations were.
may I request that we submit a written response to member in regard to the recommendations, if that is acceptable?
Okay, what we can do is we put it in the resolutions as well. When we get there, that within a particular time period, we would like to have that information. Right, and then the other questions that the member raised, if you can also respond to those.
Just maybe, Chair, if I can check in terms of the recommendations. So one of the recommendations that was made to the minister, which is around the increasing of the revenue stream for the cultural facilities, because that's what the Western Cape Cultural Committee actually looks after. So part of those recommendations, it was that we needed to look at how we can increase our revenues within the 7 cultural facilities, but who were picked up, which is Melkbos as well as Schoeman Sport, that need to therefore be developed. So currently the report, it is with Department of Infrastructure for their technical advice. Having discussed it with Minister, therefore it had to move forward. So once we have received therefore the technical input from the Department of Infrastructure in terms of the options that we have available to upgrade the facilities, we will therefore provide further input. But as it is now, the recommendations were made to the minister. Posted that, we therefore had to move forward and therefore present them to the Department of Infrastructure for their input, and thereafter we will therefore look at the options that are made available to us. Thank you.
No, just in the interest of progress, Chair, just one follow-up. I note some of the issue in respect. I mean, I think must commend you about the training which you just reported about. We understand the challenges departments faces, right? But I don't think, Chair, okay, because the Commission can't take EPWP as the solution in respect to addressing your staff complement challenges. So, and nowhere in the report where plans are reported to address the challenge of staff complements. Yes, we know financial challenges departments faces across. I'm posing these questions to understand plans to address the problem as a basis to ensure that the Cultural Commission doesn't get to a bandwagon of using EPWP as a new form of cheap labor. Unfortunately, you could not indicate as to how long have these EPWP been there, because EPWP workers, in as much as we will say, is for reskilling, upskilling, and so on, they are cheap labor because they have no social benefits as workers. That's the issue. And it appears that this department may be comfortable with this EPWP. So what are the plans? Despite the constraints, what are the plans to address this? I don't think the committee will agree on the perpetual use of EPWP in this instance.
A member, from what I understand is, I'm struggling to hear a little bit. From what I understand is you're looking for, in terms of the capacity building itself, what is the plan there? And it's not enough to refer to the EPWP. It's possibly another objective there. I think if we can have a response, and if remember, what I think we can also do is also look at the resolution later on, but let's hear a response to that particular question there.
Thank you, Chair. Members, so I just want to give a little bit of context, just in terms of the model that we have in place. So none of our public entities have their own staff. We transfer funding and we fund the operations of the committees within the various public entities. all the staff that is rendering services to the public entities, they are on the department structure. So you know about the economic situation that we are in and the declining fiscal environment and budget envelope. And because of the declining budget, it impacted quite significantly on our COE. For the year under review, because of the budget cuts, we had to unfund about 22 posts. 22 posts. That is across the department, and it also affected the ones that is rendering services to the department, to the public entities. So in order for us then to mitigate, because in the end, we still have a mandate, we still have, our constitutional mandates to execute. So to mitigate that, we appoint EPWP beneficiaries, we give opportunities to graduate interns, and while they are there to receive the training, we also benefiting because we are able to ensure continued operations. And also, country-wise, EPWP budgets are allocated to various departments. And most of the departments are, in fact, mitigating the risk of not having permanent staff to use EPWP beneficiaries to fulfill some of those tasks. But as Dr. Van Wyk mentioned earlier, it's also an opportunity for them because you'll see most of the EPWP beneficiaries, they are people that haven't had jobs for a while. So this is an opportunity for them to make some sort of living. And yes, we agree, it's minuscule. And also within the cadre, it has different sort of rates depending on the qualification level. So it's not all low sort of salaries. Some of them are quite significant. But again, the EPWP, and I think it's important to understand that while we are using EPWP to sort of ensure continued services, we also creating opportunities, job opportunities for those people. Remember, I hope that's given you a little bit of context.
Right. Last, as we said, we'll have 5 minutes, 3 minutes, and then 2 minutes for any last comments. Any last comments? We have a couple of resolutions that we can look at there. Colleagues, then the Heritage Western Cape. Once again, I'm assuming that the annual report was read. The members, any questions from any of the members? Member Van Minnen.
Thanks very much. I want to address an issue on page 39, which is the loss of heritage resources through unauthorized alterations, destruction, or vandalism. I think one's seeing, unfortunately, certainly in some jurisdictions where people buy a site, they want to develop it because there's a heritage protection, they can't. They're allowed to literally go to wreck and ruin with various ways. They facilitate illegal occupations, destruction, and eventually the place collapses, essentially. Often this takes years. The neighbors get very upset. I know the Metro and the City of Cape Town has the Problem Building Act, but even then, I mean, what they can do is very, very limited. So I just want to find out in terms of what heritage can do and is doing, and specifically aimed at stopping the problem so that the resource is not actually destroyed. Because what's happening is ultimately the demolition orders because places are so badly degraded. So what can be done to preempt this? And what assistance would one be looking for from example municipalities in which these places exist? Because I think this is seriously a big threat to heritage in the Western Cape that one is seeing this. Thank you.
Member Quincy, you also have a question?
You are getting better in respect to pronouncing my surname. Who's heading the Heritage Western Cape? Or is a new hotel? Oh, is that one is the chair? Okay, okay. Look, I don't have much questions. You don't need to fasten your seat belt, your safety belt. Doctor. Just page 8. Challenges experienced, you know, of which we perhaps one may sympathize with you or the entity, you know. And actually, this is related to the previous discussion, which talk about the whole notion of the challenges you face in respect to staff retention in this instance, you know, and to a point that you had to employ what is described as non-monetary incentives, you know, and aimed at fostering support and fulfilling organizational culture. I think, Chair, they need to be commended for such, you know, I mean, initiatives, you know, and as they're experiencing not exodus, but the departure of some skilled and professional personnel to local government and other spheres. But one is interested on the what were those non-monetary, so that as a community, at least we can have a sense that we don't just comment for the sake, you know. That's the first one. The second question, I don't know how to pose it. I was looking at the organizational structure and its outlook. One was asking a question. Is this organizational outlook deliberate? You know, is it deliberate in respect to its outlook, general, at all facets? You can just look at it. Is it deliberate? The last one, I mean, page 13, paragraph 4. The report is penned, its contents overview of performance, service environment. One may even conclude, MEC, to suggest that, look, this is Heritage Cape Town, not Heritage Western Cape. Given what appears as overemphasis on the Cape Town and the city of Cape Town in this instance, and that's then the question. What work have you done beyond Cape Town? Because if you look at page 19 in particular and so on, the description of work done and focus in Cape Town, but this is Heritage Western Cape. I'm interested in the countryside, in the context of the province. What work were you, I mean, what is on the work done in those, but like rural municipalities of your West Coast, your Central Karoo, you know, your Overberg, etc. The person of Central Karoo is nodding behind me, because if you don't talk about Beaufort West, you haven't said anything. Thanks.
Any other questions, members? No, it was one thing you'll pick up in the committee is, much as one understands and one doesn't want to diminish what is being done for Cape Town. One, you know, we don't want to take away from one entity to give to another. That's the thinking here. We are concerned that because of the size and preponderance of the city of Cape Town as an institution, that other areas fall by the wayside, and that has come up a couple of times in the committee as well. And also, when you respond, keep in mind that the Matsikama municipality is the area that I got allocated to it. I'm just putting it out there. But let's have responses from the committee, to the committee's questions. Thanks.
Can I perhaps just add, and first for the committee to also note, we have a new heritage site outside of Cape Town, Elands Bay and Mossel Bay. I would encourage the standing committee to visit this heritage site outside of Cape Town. So we are trying to do something. And I know the colleagues have done a lot also outside Cape Town, but the team will speak to that. But if the committee can visit our new heritage site outside of Cape Town, it'll be appreciated. Thank you.
The one is quite close to Matsikama as well. Yeah. Over to the department or the council.
Thank you very much, Chair and members. I see there's 4 questions. I'll do my best to address all 4. And then we're also joined by the chairperson of HWC Council, Ms. Rihanna Gani, if she wants to add anything. In terms of the first question, the loss of heritage resources due to vandalism. This is a very important question and an ongoing concern. The mechanisms that's in place, HWC has on its website a mechanism to report heritage crime. Willful neglect can fall within that category of heritage crime. And that mechanism exists for the public to report any such issues to HWC throughout the province. HWC then responds by sending heritage officers to go investigate the site. We first have to determine, if this is indeed a provincial heritage site. Sometimes people confuse structures that's older than 60 years as a provincial heritage site, which that's just a provisional protection. If it is established that it's a provincial heritage site, we start communicating with the property owner, who is ultimately responsible for the maintenance and restoration. There's a couple of legal mechanisms available to HWC. If the vandalism or damage to the heritage property is due to actual other construction, so it's willful damage, we can issue a stop works order. We have, in the last year and a half or so, launched also a heritage inspector program in which we've trained municipal officials and some SAPS officials. SAPS officials, by definition, in terms of the legislation, they are also heritage inspectors, so they can go in, issue stop works orders, for example. The idea is to create a pool or a greater force of heritage inspectors that can help identify such issues and then report, and then also help intervene where necessary. Basically, a stop works order says that whatever development is on site must cease after an investigation follows. HWC can then either choose to prosecute, issue a permit, or whatever the case might be. If it's willful neglect, there's a mechanism open to HWC to issue a compulsory repair order. The challenge with issuing a compulsory repair order is that should the property owner not adhere to the instruction, the legislation is so specific that it places the burden then on HWC to step in and actually repair the property. So we've issued compulsory repair orders, but sometimes we run into the challenge of the owner does not comply, and then the financial burden lies on HWC. And as an entity of relatively small financial means, that becomes challenging. What we have done in order to try and move some of these processes forward, we've recently went to Simonstown with the Palace Barracks, which is one property owned by a different sphere of government that has fallen into neglect. And we've, with Public Works, done an assessment to determine what is the scope of damage. In this report, it's indicated that to restore the building to its previous state, it would be over 60 million, if I remember the figures correctly. But to rebuild this building, if you had to demolish and just rebuild, would be in the vicinity of 30 million, for example. So it's that type of questions that we have to grapple with, because ultimately, we also need to determine if a site has previously been declared as a provincial heritage site, if it's now 30, 40 years later, is that site, is the significance of that site still important enough to be a provincial heritage site? So one of the options open to HWC is also to declare or undeclare, is that the word? Deproclaim, there we go, thank you. That's the word. So we're also looking at those type of options, but rigorous public consultation would be involved in those type of ones. So it is an ongoing challenge, but we are keeping an eye on these type of properties, and we're putting as much legislative pressure on owners to renovate those ones. And then we are investigating these other routes of taking it forward with doing quantity surveying, understanding the costs, and seeing what options there are for financing. We've also, in conversations with some funders and donors, started opening up that conversation to say, if there are such properties that are in dire need, is it possible to get some sponsorship? But it's a tricky conversation because obviously we're also not the owner of that property, and then it becomes how is that going to be sustained in the future and so on. In terms of the second question on the staff retention, thank you for that question, because this is also something that we have been struggling with. The key issue here on the staff retention is that HWC struggles to compete with the City of Cape Town specifically with regard to salaries. They are able to offer the same positions at higher salaries that we cannot compete with. And then second, natural migration, because HWC is one of only 2 well-performing provincial heritage resource authorities in the country. So the staff here gets very good training, and then they're able to move on to, for example, to other higher positions at SARA and other similar institutions. So it is a good thing that they're moving on, but it is obviously putting strain on HWC. The non-monetary measures that we try to employ to encourage staff mostly revolve around facilitating a good and positive organizational culture. We believe that if staff are happy and passionate in their work, then they are more likely to resist other offers that are being made. We've had 1 or 2 instances where staff have received other offers and then declined because of the organizational culture and the positivity they experience. We've been working very hard at that over the last couple of years, because HWC can be a very tough environment to work in, because we're dealing with the issuing of permits and applications, and sometimes these get declined. You know, public members can sometimes be quite harsh. But it is something in terms of our Barrett survey that we've seen positive results. And so that's pretty much the key focus in trying to retain those staff. In terms of the third question on the organizational outlook, our outlook is very much intentional. In addition to our normal strategic plan and our APP, we've also developed a roadmap for service delivery improvement in HWC, which focuses on key focus areas such as automation, promotion of heritage, and efficiency gains. And we have various interventions that try to mitigate any of the challenges in the outlook, and obviously put HWC on a better footing. Thank you. There's a copy of the service delivery improvement roadmap. We also have it available in a presentation form. In terms of the fourth question, why does the annual report seem to have an overemphasis on the City of Cape Town? I think it's a very good observation, and it's something that we can definitely look at in future annual reports, because that's not the intention that we're trying to create. The reason why there's a lot of feedback in the annual report with regard to the City of Cape Town is because when you look at our statistics for the applications that HWC processes, we do over 2,000 applications a year. About 1,500, give or take, of those applications are what we call Section 34 applications. So these are the applications for structures that's older than 60 years. And the majority of those are sitting within the City of Cape Town. And we've been working very hard with the City of Cape Town to get them to take over the delegation of Grade 3 heritage resources, because the National Heritage Resources Act allows them to actually manage those heritage resources. And the reason why we want to do that is for efficiency gains. If you, as an owner of a structure older than 60 years, if you want to renovate that structure, right now you need to submit your building plans to the municipality, and then you also need to submit plans to Heritage Western Cape, where the heritage legislation allows for the local authority, the City of Cape Town, to manage those. And so if we can get that right, those homeowners or property owners can go to the City of Cape Town for their building plan approval and their heritage approval, which will save them weeks to months in the application process. And that will not just be good for those owners, it'll be good for the economy as well. We do focus our outreach programs, not just in the City of Cape Town, but also in rural areas. For example, this year we had a stakeholder engagement in Sultana Bay. We have done a lot of work up the West Coast. You might have noticed some of the work with regards to Wuppertal and the fires that have happened there. We also focus on other municipalities in terms of their competencies, like the Drakenstein municipality. And I would also then like to refer to what the minister said in terms of the new World Heritage Site that was proclaimed this year. The two key sites connected to the serial nomination. The one is sitting in the West Coast next to Elands Bay, which is Deep Kloof Rock Shelter. And the other one is Pinnacle Point in Mossel Bay. These sites are now part of a brand new World Heritage Site for the province, and they connected also to other sites in KZN. And in the future, there will be more sites added as well. Blombos for one, which is also outside of the City of Cape Town, and more caves in Eastern Cape and one more in KZN. I think the declaration of this World Heritage Site will mean a lot for those areas, not just by putting it on the map in terms of heritage conservation, but also in terms of tourism and economic development in the future. Connected to those sites are also interpretation centers. You would note that in partnership with the department, we launched the Elands Bay Museum, which is the interpretation center for that Deep Kloof Rock Shelter, which is now a World Heritage Site. I hope that that provided some insight into the questions. Thank you so much.
And you would also like to add?
Yes,
Thank you.
I'd just like to emphasize what the CEO said. The matter about the vandalism and maintenance of heritage site comes to the council, where we are grappling with it and discussing it and engaging and finding solutions around that. The staff challenges matter is throughout the province. Other boards that I sit on other entities in the province all are struggling with similar staff challenges. The roadmap on service delivery that gets reported to the council on, we monitor that. So that is being discussed ongoing on the council's agenda. And then just want to reiterate what the CEO said about we are the only two functioning PRAs in the country. So really the staff that are seconded from DCAS to Heritage Western Cape that do the work carry a lot of load on their shoulders, and it's commendable on the progress and the work that gets done. I think in the 2023-24 annual report, there is a lot only within City of Cape Town and not outside the province. But in the upcoming 2024-25, we're definitely going to have those reported. As it's been declared, now we all attended the Elands Bay, the Rock Shelter Declaration, which was a World Heritage Site. So all that reporting will come through in the next annual report. It's now subsequent to year end. So I just wanted to reiterate all of that and to thank the members for the questions and bringing those to our attention. Thank you.
Colleagues, any follow-up questions? Going to try and properly remember.
You are regressing now.
I'm over to you, but we're going to practice together.
Okay,
I'm struggling.
Look, Dr. Van Rensburg, the CEO, your response on the question I posed about organizational structure is a cause for concern. You are saying you are deliberate. In other words, you are intentional. Those were your words. Now, I look at the outlook. I'm concerned simply because the structure or the outlook has no appreciation of what could be termed as a transformation agenda to ensure representation. Maybe is it because you do not ask the question about equity target? For me, it undermines the people of the Western Cape. And the struggle for democracy and freedom was about liberation of Black people in general and Africans in particular. And in this instance, yes, you may have Black people, but no Africans in this structure before me. Why so?
Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I now understand where this question is. It's the structure of the entity. So this is how it happens. So a public call gets put out by this House for people to serve on these entities. In this House does a short list, and on the basis of that short list, hands over the list to the minister. The minister must then appoint and limit it to that short list. So it is not the CEO that makes the appointment, and the chairperson as well don't appoint themselves. It is a combination of this House as well as the minister. Thank you, Chair.
Problem was with the sixth administration, both the committee and the MEC. But this one won't do that. We'll rectify it. We'll address it.
I see a response there as well. I think you were directly asked as well, so.
Thank you very much. 100% agree with HOD's response. Just would like to add as well that transformation for the HWC Council is a very important matter. We have drafted a transformation framework that the HWC Council has workshopped in February earlier this year, and the revised version is to be tabled to Council in the November meeting. That doesn't just look at transformation of the staff structure, it also looks at transformation of the work and the entire scope of HWC. So thank you.
Colleagues, any further? Member from Minnan, did you have any follow-ups? Okay, then, colleagues, we are now at 9:22. So we're doing quite well for time. I think what I'll do for the department as well, what we can do there is 10 minutes for any questions. So I'm going to, that takes care of the concern that was raised as well. Again, we have 3 minutes for follow-up questions, anything that weren't clarified, and then 2 minutes if there's any last sort of comments that politicians need to make. So we have more time. We are doing better for time, so we're going to allocate a bit more time. And 10:15, we will take a break. So what I suggest is, since we have a bit more time to work with, I'm going to take the approach of we have read the document. What I think we should do is, in terms of part A, just to keep ourselves a little bit more focused, in part A, general information, any questions from the committee? And we are now dealing with the department itself, annual report. Under part A of the department's annual report. So the last report we did, we've finished Heritage, Cultural Commission, and Language Committee. Member van Minnan.
Thank you very much. Most of my questions are subsequent, but in terms of part A, I would like to ask the minister, please, what he was talking about earlier with libraries. Is he essentially concerned that 187 libraries, when he says are at risk, would essentially be closed? And in particular, how this relates to the mandate of the department as it pertains to libraries. So it's a generalized question really about the mandate for libraries and assignment, particularly in light of the fact that not all municipalities are financially viable and what the potential ramifications of that would be. Thank you.
Member van Minen covered me, but I would also like to, it's linked to the library issue, but it's also, if you look at, just find the page, under the library service, I notice also that load shedding caused an enormous amount of disruption, not damage, but disruption of systems that we're using. A lot of data got lost as a result of that. It's related to Member van Minen's question, but clearly we don't want further costs piling up. What mitigation would there be for load shedding? Because I think that also doesn't help the picture of what we're trying to do there. Member Gwensu. Your microphone.
Thank you very much, and MEC and your collective. One must have made this statement earlier, by the way, MEC, to say, for us, and that is why I was concerned about how the issue of time was framed, because we seek to use this platform for purposes of deepening democracy, in the interest of our people, and holding you accountable. And that is not about mere red pen, but also give you counseling, constructive criticism. And thus, as a committee, some of us here shall refuse any temptation to be the shadow of the executive. And thus, we use from our end what I term as CC approach, confrontational and complementary approach, in interfacing with the executive. Here is the first question on paragraph 11. I think it's your forward, MEC. One notes the support the department is giving to federations, and I know this matter is somewhere in the report on how we have, in monetary terms, supported them, right? But one is concerned, is that the only support we are providing in this instance for the sport bodies in the Western Cape? The second related question, you make claims about that the support enables the development of activities that create a shared future and sense of belonging, give youth a sense of purpose and pathways for productivity. Which youth in the Western Cape? As youth in the Western Cape, as far as we know, is found on the street. Are you able to quantify this in this instance? Instead of Mitchell's Plain of Kukuletu, on the basis of sports ground facilities. And I posed this question also when we were dealing with, I raised this question dealing with the annual, with the APPs. And we understand that, and many of the sports grounds are in the competence of local government. But to what extent, in this is a basis, MEC, to respond to this question, that you ensure that sports grounds are accessible and maintained? And how many of those in this instance, right? In the Western Cape, you go to Blogombos, not because I'm deployed there. The sport ground is not maintained. You talk about supporting athletes. What is it that, and where have you in the period under review, working class townships, sports ground, and sport board has been supported? And given the focus of the provincial priority, of the provincial government as per the key priorities, you talk about the whole notion of jobs. In the context of your department, therefore, are you able to quantify the jobs created in the period under review? Accounting officer, a big claim is being made that in pursuit of sports development, significant strides have been made in enhancing access to sporting facilities, training programs, and economic opportunities. Where's the evidence of this? And I think I've already made this point earlier. Where's the evidence of this? Paragraph 4, where are community centers you have upgraded in the period under review? One is deeply interested. Community centers you claim to have upgraded, where? Where is their concentration? But what we know, and what is an update in respect to the desire by the city of Cape Town to close down the NY14 sports ground? It's a famous one, Mr. Tutias. And where people of Guguletu are made to take a difficult choice, make difficult choices of choosing either a clinic or a sport ground. And despite that, that sport ground is a heritage of Guguletu. You know, one is deeply interested, MEC, given this question. And also, I think you responded on the issue of the libraries earlier. Page 37, the Independent Tribunal on Heritage. Okay, let's leave that one. I think we touched on it. Let me come back a bit later, Chair. But the very last point, you know, the department here in the report commit to nurture the skills, the talent. But what I know as an activist at MPL, there continues to be youth across will be nominated or selected for certain study tours, for certain tours, representing their local teams. How many of them have you supported a period under review, including the Zolan Tlog of Site C, MEC and Mr. Tutu? And I think the two of you perhaps may better account today in respect to that. So that this thing of supporting new talent, we don't just romanticize about it. Or what is it that you are considering to do to ensure better coordination and support, notwithstanding the fiscal challenges you continue to face as a department? Let me just pause there, Chair.
See, Member Kasim online also has a question. Over to you, Member.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think I've been covered with some of the questions from the previous member, but let me then ask, in terms of museums being funded by the department, specifically on page 32, you know, I want to start by saying the damage, Chairperson, that colonialism and apartheid did to the indigenous people, especially in the province, was to erase their cultures and their traditions. And we basically had to abandon our own and replace it with European cultures and traditions. And it's sad that almost 30 years into democracy, Chairperson, it's sad to see that colonial heritage is still being funded by this department, especially through museums. So my question, Chairperson, is who makes the final decision or go ahead to fund these museums? Because if we look at the report in terms of funded museums in the Western Cape, many of these museums uphold the heritage of those who came here to oppress Black people, with some of these museums being funded for even showing the tools of apartheid, like ships that were used to invade our land. And then secondly, Chairperson, I don't see any, we in the Western Cape, I don't see any Cape Malay museums being funded by the department, or much of African and Khoisan sand, among others. So when exactly, Chairperson, does funding come to an end for some of these colonial museums so that the department can start making way and accommodating and funding the heritage of our people here in the Western Cape? Because it's evident that there are so many organizations who were seeking funding to uphold the heritage of Black people, especially in Cape Town and other parts of the province. Thank you, Chair.
Bonds?
It's Barnes, Chair. It's Barnes. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Let me join my fellow members on the side of the benches. And my first time with the new MEC, it's good to see him that side. He used to sit with me on the side, MEC. I hope you are ready for me. Chair, let's start on page 11. On page 11, the report speaks on paragraph 3 about the year beyond and more programs that played a significant role. Chair, normally these programs, quite honestly, it's programs that you see that they have a huge impact. They really do play a pivotal role and they make a change. I'm of the view that says that when we have youth that are more occupied in sports, the crime will lessen. I'm really advocating for that. However, Chair, you see that not everyone is reached throughout these programs. And year in and year out, we will hear of budget cuts and it cannot happen because there's no money. What I would want to directly ask the department is that, have the department ever considered alternative plans? Because when you see something that is working for you, I'm of the view that you must actually invest in it because it has a positive outcome. What alternative plans have the department been having, or have they ever considered having any other alternative programs? And also attached to that is that an observation of seeing many out-of-school youth, especially the unemployed ones, there's nothing happening when it comes to them. How does the department accommodate that youth? Because it's normally that youth that goes out and be the gangsters and do the crime. So through these programs, how is there a specific program that is for out-of-school youth? That's my first question, Chair. And then my second one, Chair, will be on page 14, top table, under program expenditure. Chair, normally I don't understand when I see under expenditure, because the department will always bring forth a saying that there's no money, we don't have money. Now, when there's an under expenditure, one is asking yourself as to what was this under expenditure, and especially when it comes to filling of positions, what caused delays of also buying books? If the department can also explain to that, because the cry out of funding is a lot, but then you find at some spaces that it's not used. So can I get some correlation between the two? Then, Chair, I see on page 24, under the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act of 2019, for this province, we are now at 2024. Can the department give us an update as to what's happening with regards to that act? What has been done? Just so that we understand from 2019 to 2024, as this committee, this is where we are. This is how we are going to translate in moving forward. For now, I'm going to park just there, Chair. It was my introduction. Thank you.
I think some questions were asked to the Minister and also to the department. Let's start with the Minister and then we go to the department.
Qualified. In the same section.
Those.
In the same section, there are a few questions which I would like to pose.
Which you missed?
Yes.
Okay, go for it.
Attention. Part B.
Sorry, are we going to part B?
Oh, okay.
No, we're getting to part B. So we'll get there. Over to you, Minister.
No. On part A, Chair, I'm sorry for doing this to you. On your opening remarks, MEC, you gave us the figure of the number of libraries in the province, and you must be commended for that. though you could not share your targets in this respect, but also is there an awareness campaign on this question to ensure that these libraries are utilized, are used? So that question is important. The accessibility, to what extent are these libraries accessible? Because students should not be made, but like high schools or in primary, to travel long distance from where they live to libraries, because there's no scholar transport for libraries in this instance. So to what extent are they accessible? And the second point is the target perhaps. And the third question is around awareness to ensure that they are utilized. I made this point the other day to say, today's kids, they use, they spend much time on their phones than on their books. And they tell you and say, no, there is a book in this phone. So the whole issue of digitalization and access thereof.
Over to you. The Minister, then the rest of the department, HOD.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you, honourable members, for the questions. If I can just start with the first one, and again, we've promised not to go into the presentation around libraries, so I'll just try and be quick on it because it does require a full presentation for all of us to get a better understanding of it and the implications of the libraries. Yes, honourable member, there is a risk. There is a risk for at least 187 libraries. It's a risk that we try and mitigate by bringing this new legislation to it and around the mandate and the unfunded mandate, as you know, for municipalities and many other unfunded mandates that we have that provinces and municipalities sit with. And it's we hope that this envisage that this assignment of this function, which, as you know, has been an exclusive competencies to provinces, but municipalities, obviously we allocate grants to municipalities and assist them, but it's a big challenge for all of us, and we hope that our intervention will certainly assist, and getting this legislation through will assist with that. And this bad matter that sadly we could not get through to SARS, as my colleague Minister Bartman says, we're taxing reading these days now. To text reading is a sin, she says. So we certainly hope that that this won't make municipalities unviable, but the risk is massive. My HOD can speak more to the risk and to the impact on municipalities. We don't want any library to close. It'll be a crime against humanity. Our greatest challenge since 1994, if we allow libraries to close in this country, it'll really be a crime that we do that, given the impact it has. And speaking to the last question of my colleagues, if you go to the Noon Library, the matriculants, the students, uses that library to study, for example. And in many other communities around the province, it's a similar thing, where students, matriculants, after school, people uses the libraries for these services that government in all contexts cannot provide in other venues, for example. So it is a risk, and we're certainly working hard as much as we can from our side to help municipalities in mitigating that risk. And we really need the municipalities to help us in getting that mandate done. Honourable members, yes, there are additional support to federations that we gave, and I know our colleague Dr. Linden will speak to that in detail. Other than financial support and transfers that we give to federations, he will certainly speak to that in your question on paragraph 11. And which youth do we support? We support a lot of youth. I think we're a very youth-focused department. And again, we've got my colleagues here. Jackie will speak in detail about our Yebo Nest program. And in fact, interestingly, the other day I posted on my WhatsApp status about a young man, a video that we speak to about what we're doing. and somebody responded on my WhatsApp status and saying, "Oh, you're actually doing some youth for the Boer Cup." So it's again, and how do we broadcast this? Because young man was from the Boer Cup, and this huge community leader didn't know what we were doing for this young man. He finished his degree. He's in our mod center. He's coaching in our mod center. And it was heartwarming to see that a community member can so positively respond to this, but he genuinely didn't know about this. So how do we broadcast what we do for our youth in the streets of Gugulethu, as you indicate, and our youth in Mitchell's Plain? And one of our Yebones, when I went to the Yebones conference at Old Mutual, there was a young lady there that I met from Lentegeur. And I didn't know she was part of the program. It was lovely to meet somebody that in the community that you work with, and I didn't know she was part of our program. So it was really nice. But we need to broadcast more of these, and I agree with 100% with you. On our sports ground, maintaining that in the Western Cape, I presume you speak about sports ground facilities and also school facilities. And I think that's obviously more one can do. And I've seen some of these facilities in municipalities. I was in Citrusdal the other day, and I've seen some of those facilities horribly damaged by the storms, for example. So how do we enable and assist municipalities, for example, that struggle to maintain it? I think that is an important aspects of us going forward, certainly going forward. And also the allocation of the conditional grant. We have a big role to play as to the municipal infrastructure grant. How do we, our role as the DCAS, how do we strengthen our role on the MIG grant? Because we know sport better than some of our other colleagues. So how do we help them with that? So I certainly think there's a case to be made for us to play a bigger role in that. And similar goes for athletes being supported. And I think our colleagues can speak more about the practical programs that you asked for. And Dr. Linden can, actually Redmond can speak to more about the jobs. And then, in fact, member, Honorable Kassim triggered something in me now that I spoke about years ago. And interestingly, I've actually never touched on it. And I just found the policy on Google around it, about the National Museum Policy. It was in place many, many moons ago. And I remember distinctly, I think I was the chairperson of this committee, when the former minister, Minister Mtetwa, invited us to a breakfast briefing here in the gardens the day before to discuss the National Museum's policy. And I'll ask my team after this where we are, because I haven't thought about it for the last 6 months, but I was passionate about it many years ago. And everybody who came to Cape Town for a meeting many years ago came to have a workshop around this policy, but I don't know what happened to it. So thank you, Member Kassim, for reminding me. I'll put this on my priority list again, because I talked about it many years ago and I even forgot about it. So many things happening, but I'll now in the department, I'll put it back on the agenda. So thank you for reminding me. It's a very important matter. And then the rest of the questions, I think I'll leave to our colleagues in the department. If there's anything I've missed, I'll certainly touch on and reflect on it again. Thank you, Chairperson.
Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll take one or two and then colleagues will take the others. On the library one, I think the Minister has covered that quite extensively. Just to add that our Provincial Treasury is in talks with the Technical Committee on Finance at National Treasury, and we are motivating for National Treasury to use the additional revenue that will result from the application of the VAT payments on municipalities to cushion these municipalities. So it must flow right back to them, because the VAT that is due has to be paid. The only part that is negotiable is the penalties, but the part where VAT is due, that must be paid. So the motivation we are making is that for all those provinces where there's already a legislative process in place to try and get the assignment to the municipalities, those municipalities must not be punished. The VAT must be paid as it is law, but that VAT must find its way back to those municipalities. The legislation, which is the one thing that will cause the grant not to attract VAT, is quite far down the line. We've published the bill, as members are aware, gazetted on 8th of August. Consultations have already been completed with the municipalities. This is the first round of consultations. We've done consultations with SALGA as well. And we're at a stage where we are going to be having consultations with the Financial and Fiscal Commission. Following that, currently we're also reworking the text because we got various feedbacks from the various municipality consultations, and we are reworking that text, and we're going to then feedback that into the system, draft a cabinet submission, and obtain cabinet approval for introduction of the certified bill to provincial parliament, and this is going to happen in November. That's what we are pushing for. The target date is to, by end February 2025, finalize the bill by provincial parliament, so that by the time the municipalities get into their new financial year, one, the bill is in place, and two, another process running parallel is the assignment agreements between the municipalities and the Western Cape government are also done. So that work is progressing well. Unless something major happens, we believe we're going to meet that deadline. In terms of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, thanks, Member Barnes, for that question. Yes, it's been in place since November 2019. On 23rd of February, the validity of the act was challenged at the Constitutional Court by Mugale and others versus the Speaker of the National Assembly and others. And the Constitutional Court found in favor of the people who brought that matter. And then on the 30th of May 2023, the Constitutional Court made an order and declared the act invalid. But the order declaring the act invalid is suspended for 24 months to enable Parliament to reenact the statute in a manner that is consistent with the Constitution. The main issue there was they felt that Parliament and the various legislatures did not do sufficient consultation around the Act. So that work is currently happening. Parliament has accepted the Constitutional Court's judgment and is actively working through the necessary steps to align the legislation with the Constitution. What has been happening now is that the Commission on Khoisan Matters has been appointed by former Minister Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, and they've started their work. The time frame that had originally been given for people wanting to get recognition in terms of this act from the Khoi and the San community was extended to Friday to 29th of May 2025. It was supposed to have ended this year, but another extension has been given. With respect to Western Cape, the Commission is required to keep the various provinces up to date with the application process from the various provinces. So the premiers get an update every quarter. And the latest update we have that in the Western Cape, there have been 73 applications for recognitions just in the Western Cape alone. But the work to work through these applications will probably happen within the 2-year period after the closure, because the Commission is appointed until 2026. In terms of responsibilities, within all the various provincial governments, the responsibility of traditional and Khoisan leadership rests with the Department of Local Government, or in other provinces, it's the respective COGTA departments. Western Cape is no different. So the Department of Local Government is responsible for recognition. Well, not recognition, but once leaders have been recognized, they will be serviced through the Department of Local Government, as is done in other provinces. The Western Cape Department of Local Government has already developed a program under its financial structure, Program 4, which is called Traditional and Institutional Management, in anticipation that some leaders in the Western Cape will be recognized as traditional leaders, and then they will use this vehicle then to be able to support the traditional leadership structures in the Western Cape, the Khoisan leadership structures in the Western Cape. I'd now like to hand over to, we'll start with Dr. Boer, and then the colleagues will hand over to each other for the various questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning again to all. So there's a couple of questions, and Mr. Tutu will assist me, as well as Ms. Manuel and Ms. Bull as well. So I'll start off with the sport facilities question first. In terms of Schedule 5A and B of the Constitution 1996, the local facilities falls within the exclusive competence of municipalities. So what we will do, Chair, is we have a quarterly meeting with the City of Cape Town, and our next meeting is in fact the 3rd of December. So we will put this on the agenda to ask them if they have a facilities and maintenance, cleanup and upgrade and all of those plans, what they are, so that the next time we come, we are able to report on it. But City of Cape Town would then, Bloemfontein and all the other facilities that goes under City of Cape Town, they would then take care of that. From our side, we have our meeting with them to cooperate, but essentially they're in charge of all the local sport facilities. In the year under review, we completed firstly 25 netball courts, because last year the Netball World Cup was held between 28 July and 6th of August. So 25 netball courts were opened last year, bringing in total over the period of 3 years, 55 netball courts around the Western Cape. We've got the full document where they are based, but it is across the Western Cape. We also, besides the netball courts, we also transferred funding to the following municipalities: George Municipality for the Blanco Sport Ground, and there was a 36-seater pavilion. Witzenberg Municipality in Tulbagh, we upgraded the floodlights so that training and matches can take place. In Swartland Municipality, we also transferred funding to them for Mauriceburg netball courts there as well. In Witzenberg Municipality, which is Prince Alfred Hamlet, we had security fencing for Prince Alfred Hamlet, the multi-purpose tennis and netball courts. And in Oudtshoorn, we assisted with the upgrading of the Duisseldorp practice cricket pitch. And in Mossel Bay, we contributed towards the roofing of the Tusong Centre as well. So besides the netball courts, which was our main focus, because that was part of the legacy provisions of the bid book of the Netball World Cup, we also still, in addition, gave funding to the facilities for that purpose. In terms of the NY14, this was also a parliamentary question that had arisen a few weeks ago. And from our investigation, the following emerged. The Department of Infrastructure was looking for a place to have, for the last 10 years, to have a clinic in the Guguletu area. They then identified this piece of land that belonged to the City of Cape Town. We were informed that there was a year-on-year lease with the Sport Academy on the facility, and because of that, the City of Cape Town had then designated that this parcel of land could be used for the clinic, and that they would find alternative land for the Sport Academy. So we are still awaiting the feedback from the City of Cape Town where the alternative parcel of land will be for the Sport Academy, and they will come back to us on that. But that was in terms of the NY14, and Mr. Tutu and I have concluded, had also meetings with Guguletu Sport Council and others on that side. Then, Chair, in terms of the other question about what else we do for federations, so when we look at the federations, we have to, in total, the administrative grant that we give, that's a transfer schedule table that you see. So when the federations apply, if they are in good standing with their respective sport councils, we then allocate money for administration, development, transformation, capacity building, etc. So they get that so that they can then run their affairs, as it were. But besides that, federations are also invited to nominate clubs to be on the club development program. So there are 200 clubs that are presently on the club development program, and those clubs, after 3 years, exit the program. In that time, they are entitled to tracksuits, attire, equipment, and then transport to league matches. Then, Chair, when federations wish to host events in the Western Cape, they are also entitled to apply to the department for funding that could contribute to the hosting of the events. Last year, we hosted 121 events in conjunction with the sport federations. They are the organizers of the event. They apply to us between 1 July and 30 September for the following year. And in that time, we then assess the applications, and depending on the budget, we are then able to allocate funding towards those events. Then in terms of athletes, we have a set budget of 500,000 rand that we set aside for athletes for those athletes that will be competing internationally outside of our borders. And last year we had more than 50 athletes that actually went that we were able to assist, and they have to get Protea colors. If you do not qualify for Protea colors, then we cannot assist you. So that is why in terms of normal tours that are arranged by schools or anyone else, unless you get Protea colors, the department cannot assist you, because we first have to help internationally for our top athletes as well. So that's always a difficulty when you have the schools or the clubs that come in. Then the other aspects is we have the academies, and within our academies we have 210 athletes that are identified. These athletes are just below the SASCOC athletes. So in other words, they would be the next core of athletes that could qualify to get Protea colors. And those 210 athletes are nominated by federations into our academy system. And we have 7 academies across the Western Cape. And in each of the districts we have, and then we have a Western Cape. So the key thing for us, Chair, is that we believe that we give a holistic service to federations. We meet with the Sport Council on a quarterly basis and monthly basis where necessary, to also enhance the offering that the department offers in terms of what we have. I'm just going to ask Mr. Tutu to conclude, and then we will go to Daniel and Jackie for the youth and employment question. Mr. Tutu.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to zoom onto the request that we receive from academies and people that are identified to go and represent or go and play overseas. And I have made the point to Member Nwizu that for the department it is not sustainable. You will find that these overseas tours are organized by business people, which in many cases are money-making schemes. And you will receive a request from one person, and remember, when there is a tour, it's a tour of about 22 players. And all these players are from the Western Cape. And our funding policy says that the funding that we receive from our provincial treasury, we help athletes that are from the Western Cape. And if you get one request and you help that particular player, you have to help all 22 players. And remember, those 22 players are with the coaches, and for the trip, just one trip, it's between 35 and 45,000 per person. So it is unsustainable for us. And with players that Dr. Power spoke about, that we help, that receive Protea colors, we make a contribution of 10,000 per player or an athlete that goes overseas. So and the money that we have, it's money that we help federations on, and you find that these trips, these overseas trips that players partake on are trips that are not sanctioned by federations. And as I've alluded earlier on, that the people that preside over these overseas overseas trips are business people. So therefore we then request federations to look at what has been the ask, and federations then deal with it. In terms of facilities, sometimes federations get difficulties with the city of Cape Town to access facilities, and we through our interaction with the City of Cape Town and other municipalities, we then facilitate that federations get access to these facilities. And lastly, I've been working personally with the Gugulethu Sport Council in terms of governance and other issues. In fact, I'm presenting to them on the 30th of October to them about administration and governance and how they can be able to access funding from our department and also from the City of Cape Town. With those words, thank you, Chair.
Good morning, members. Thank you very much for the question. So I'm going to respond specifically around the MOD program and its impact around youth. So MOD stands for Mass Participation, Opportunity and Access, Development and Growth. That's the MOD program. The MOD program is essentially an after-school program that creates opportunities for youth. So during the current financial year, the MOD program stands out as being part of a transformative school initiative that enhances the lives of our youth, but also uplifting communities through meaningful participation in sports activities, arts, and cultural activities. The MOD program has a focus on long-term sustainability, right? So the continuous creation of opportunities, daily activities, creating daily safe spaces for youngsters to come and participate in sports and arts and so forth. So we have created 340 safe spaces for youth, 181 specifically speaking to MOD, 134 neighboring schools programs, and then 25 recreational centers. These 340 safe spaces for youth are open daily, right? So they're open daily where the youth can come and be active, where they can choose to engage in sports, they can choose to engage in cultural activity. At the 340 safe spaces that we create, for the year under review, we've employed 546 coaches. 546 coaches. 46% of them are youth. So 46% of the coaches that we employ to deliver these programs to serve youth are essentially youth. And the reach of the program is approximately 93,000 learners who participate in our after-school program. So you have one coach that is able to inspire 171 young learners through their dynamic after-school programs. So one coach reaching 171 learners on a weekly, daily basis. So the evidence is there that the after-school sports program, the MOD program, the recreational centers, does create safe spaces in high-risk areas that affect our youth, gang violence, and substance abuse. Our program does illustrate that there's improvement in youth's physical ability, their ability to participate as a team member, and their personal growth, right? And research shows that participation in sports, arts, and culture is proven to reduce substance abuse, and it fosters resilience. So learners that have the privilege and opportunity to participate in the after-school MOD program, arts and culture, it builds their resilience. They're unlikely to be doing drugs. That is the power of the program. I can speak at length about the power of the program in terms of the jobs it's creating, how we're engaging youth, the holistic development, the opportunities for talent identification and development. The pathway that we create through our program is also important. But the question also specifically asked, what is the way forward? We acknowledge the power of the program. We acknowledge that we're not doing enough. So how do we do more? And how we hope to achieve more is through a network management approach. The only way we can do more is with partners. So what we've started to do is to sign agreements with civil society, NGO sector, who can help expand the program. We're also starting to sign agreements with tertiary institutions that have students that need to do internships. We are starting to host them within our program. So partnership with tertiary institutions is key to expansion. Partnerships with civil society is key to expansion. And partnerships with the private sector around accessing funds to grow our program. So it's a network management approach to grow the sports after school and arts program, to have a greater impact with our youth in the province. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the question. And just to say, I really welcome the questions around the focus on youth, because we know that that's one of the biggest challenges that we face. And if the committee can help us with any more money, that would be great. But as Danielle has already explained, we do have other mechanisms in place to try and expand the impact of programs. And that is through the network management model that Danielle has already spoken about. And just to say that we have partnered in Year Beyond with the NYDA, and we are one of the National Youth Service delivery points. And that has really helped us to expand and sustain the program. We've also partnered with NGOs and municipalities and donors, and so we have a network of 59 partners delivering the program. The footprint is in 496 sites, 214 of those are schools, 176 are libraries, and 106 are ECD sites. And so on the Year Beyond website, there's actually a map with all the sites. It's a live map. And so you can click on and see which communities it's in, but it's across the entire Western Cape. In terms of the target, Year Beyond is a bridge for NEET youth into the economy. So it is not an employment program, but it's a stepping stone into the economy. And we've just done a 5-year impact study. We did one 5 years ago, and we've just done a second one. And I'm very happy to report that 70% of the youth who've participated in the program remain economically active. 59% of them are working full-time. 17% of them are running their own businesses. And 45% of the youth who have exited the program over the last 5 years have completed or are completing their studies to improve their educational qualifications. In terms of where the young people end up, 28% of them end up in the social sector, in education, health, or community development. 17% of them end up in kind of retail and wholesale sector, 11% into the BPO sector, and 7% into tourism. So spread across all the sectors, but with a dominance in the social sector, which is, I think, very often the work that they build a passion for while they're doing Year Beyond. Just in terms of the program, we have, in addition to the bridge into the economy and building young people's confidence to take their next step. So 92% report that they're more confident to take their next step on exiting the program and increasing their levels of satisfaction with their life and happiness, which impacts on the extent to which they are likely to engage in risk-taking behaviors. We also create a direct pipeline because the way the program works is we appoint a mentor to work with every group of 30 youth. We don't fund and appoint those mentors. Our partners do, the 59 partners I spoke about earlier, but we create opportunities there for over 100 mentors, and recently have launched something called the Yebo Academy, which trains alumni coming out of the program to become mentors to other youth. So we're building a sustainable pipeline and capacity for quality. At the same time as doing this, the program is a double duty program. And so while the young people are developing themselves in this 1 year with us, it's a limited duration program for 1 year. While they are developing themselves, they're also giving back. And as Danielle said, helping children build both their confidence and also find their passions through after school programs. Many of them focused on reading and addressing our reading crisis, which, as we know, is a national crisis, but also doing a whole lot of fun activities that reinvigorate the love of learning, because young people who are excited about learning are much more receptive to learning. And very often the schooling system knocks that out of children. And so a lot of what we're doing is kind of recultivating that. Just in terms of who can access the program, for the school-based programs, young people need a matric. But because we realize that there are many young people that drop out of school before matric, we partnered with library services and also with ECD centers and community hubs. And those programs don't require a matric in order for young people to participate in them. So it means that we are also targeting the NEET youth who have dropped out of school before matric and creating pathways for them. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I will be addressing the library questions. So with regards to the load shedding, yes, it was a problem, especially those long stages, stage 6 and so, where the libraries, if the electricity is down, the door sensors don't work, so it becomes a security risk, as well as being dark in the libraries. And so we did work with the municipalities and the public libraries on business continuity plans. We've encouraged them to spend the funding provided on alternative power sources, or even just battery lights and things like that. So we have been working with them in that regard, and various municipalities are doing various initiatives. Many municipalities are doing it from their own budgets as well, and not from the library budgets. The data loss was not related to the load shedding. It was our system that crashed, and it took a very long time to come back up. And once CETA restored it, it didn't have all the data. So we needed to do a whole long data recovery, which kept our libraries on manual for quite a long time. But the data has all been recovered. We're working with CETA, who are giving us monthly reports on the backups and the data recovery, so that if this ever happens again, we have our full data backed up, and we are looking at a new system, procuring a new system. With regards to the awareness campaigns, yes, we are forever pushing our public libraries to run more campaigns, but they are very active on their Facebook pages, social media. They do go out into communities, into the old age homes, ECDs, spreading word. When it was time to register for the school children, Drakenstein sent us pictures. They couldn't attend our seminar because of the lines of parents standing in the library wanting to register, using our facilities to register these children for school. So they, in the communities, they're very well used, and the librarians do create a lot of awareness through various campaigns. To what extent are we accessible? So we have 34 public libraries which are actually built on school grounds. We call them dual purpose libraries, so they serve the schools as well as the library community. Our other libraries were built to be close to a cluster of schools where possible. So yes, we don't have a library in every single community close to every school. That is our dream. But we try and make our libraries as accessible as possible. In communities where we don't have buildings, we might use church halls or community halls to provide a service to them. We also provide internet access at 336 of our 376 libraries. We've got Wi-Fi access at 181 of our public libraries. Then for accessibility, we have 37 mini libraries for the blind that provide access to the visually impaired and blind community. We also procured an online service which has shown to be extremely popular and has just been growing from strength to strength, which is our Libby app. So since its inception in August 2021, we've had more than 400,000 checkouts of people using our online books, audio books, our e-magazines, which is accessible 24/7 without having to go to the library, but accessing it from home. With regards to the target, we're not working towards a target. Every year we ask municipalities to send us their request, a wish list. We try as much as possible to give services where services are requested. If we have a big input of money from conditional grants for procurement and for infrastructure, yes, we will expand it much more. But so yes, it's based on the IDPs and engagement with municipalities. We provide services as we and where we can. I think that is all the library questions.
Now let's get the initial questions out of the way. Then we'll take a 20-minute break. But keep in mind that we were good on time. Now I would ask if I can ask the department to be a bit briefer in your responses. Yeah, let's stick to the question that's being asked. But over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to respond to the question of the types of museums the department funds. So museums are affiliated through legislation, through the museum ordinance, and there's 3 categories: provincial, province-aided, and local. These museums have been gazetted in order to receive support from the department. Other museums can also apply to the department, but some choose not to affiliate because with affiliation comes governance requirements. For example, in recent years, the District 6 Museum, for example, chose not to affiliate to the department. Each museum also has a specific theme, and the vast majority of these museums have included in that an aspect of local history as well. The department signs a memorandum of agreement each year with these museums to ensure that they promote the values of inclusion. And then also from the department side, we work with them as resources allow to change, update, and recontextualize the exhibitions to become more inclusive. Recent examples have been George Museum in Worcester, and we're working actively with Dyer's Museum currently. And there we're looking at a theme with inverted commas where cultures meet to make it more inclusive. Thank you, Chair.
So, Chair, in regard to the question that was asked, are we able to quantify the jobs created? So, yes, for instance, 2023-24, we have created 493 job opportunities through our annual funding, which is mainly linked to festivals, cultural events, and where the artists are provided a platform to perform, but it also provides opportunities for job opportunities for lighting, wardrobe, as well as stage management and so forth. So through those, we can quantify, and we've supported that. Thank you, Chair.
And I'll be very brief. Member Barnes, so the 14 million, 5 million is related to COE under expenditure, and it's mainly because of the DPSA circular that we received on the 17th of October. So the unintended consequence of that is all posts that were even at the tail end of the process at nomination stage had to be re-advertised. So that then added to the under expenditure. And also there was, because of the directive, that there was an additional layer of approval added, where all posts had to go to the Premier for concurrence. Then the balance of that 14 million, it's funding that we have request a rollover. So within library services, we had the delays in the delivery, but that's mainly because of the challenges with global supply chains and the time that it takes to be delivered in South Africa and then to library services. Then we had two amounts related to ECM. One was comprehensive rollout, and the other one was the DSS. Due to challenges, the DSS, SITA could not get it off the ground. We have been working with them for the past 3 to 4 years. They've had 3 attempts. They were just not able to do it. So we are now in the process of we've already started the procurement process. And at this point, we are in the midst of the adjusted estimates. Just yesterday, we were at Provincial Treasury, and those are the ones that we have reconfirmed as a rollover or a reallocation. Thank you.
Just to be clear there, so in other words, the under expenditure is related to the freezes in the budget, and it's budgeted expenditure that cannot be.
Okay, and then there's 8.5 million, part of the 14 million that we're actually going to get back in the adjusted estimates.
I just want to be clear on that. Colleagues, we will go to follow-up questions for part A. As I said earlier, 3 minutes follow-up questions. Then we're going to go to part B. This section, I'm giving more time for the initial questions because this is the big part of this annual report. So part B, and then after that, we'll do another round where we take the rest of the report. And colleagues, also keep in mind, we want to do justice to the resolutions at the end as well. I see already a couple of very good resolutions for the committee developing. So what we will do, I'll just need to kill this inappropriate call, or call it an inappropriate time. Not the call itself wasn't inappropriate, but bad timing from a relative. Let's make it 20 minutes, 10 to 11, if we can be back here. We said earlier for follow-up questions, 3 minutes. That is to make sure that we haven't lost any of the content of any questions. I see Member Kasim, your hand was up for a follow-up question just before we moved into the break.
Thank you, Chairperson. My follow-up question is just with regards to the museums being funded. The member of the department said that some of these museums does not get funding because they don't want to be affiliated with the department, if I remember correctly. Like, for example, District 6, in which you mentioned. Is there a possibility that we can get a report that indicates who are these other museums who does not want to be affiliated or does not want funding from the department? And then also in terms of funding, how does the process work? Do applications come in, or do you also offer funding? Do you make your way to some of these museums as well? Or does it have to be based on an application process? Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the follow-up question, member. So just to explain the process, the current 32 museums that's affiliated to the department, it is, if for lack of a better word, it's a long-term relationship. They don't apply like a non-profit organization in our arts and culture space on an annual basis. So there's not, for example, 100 museums that apply and we only fund 32. These 32 museums are permanently affiliated to the department as provincial, province-aided or local museums in terms of the ordinance. And now we have a legal relationship with them that requires them to provide certain governance documents to the department, and then the department provides them with either a subsidy or a grant in aid. For a museum to be affiliated, it needs to be gazetted and they need to go through the process with the department. The District 6 Museum, as the example that I mentioned, in previous years, we had discussions with them. We looked at the possibility of affiliating them, and then, it's still their decision if they ultimately want to apply for affiliation, which they then didn't take that step. In terms of the broader province, there's roughly 120 odd museums. So they don't all necessarily come to the department. There are many of them that are private museums or non-profit. But we can provide in writing some of the museums that's in the recent past come to the department, but they never took the final step, if that is required. But I hope that explains the process.
Colleagues, any other follow-up questions for Part A? Member Stevens?
This is just a question for the minister. And I did listen to what that lady at the back was talking about gangsterism in sports, how sports keep the children out of gangsterism. I fully agree. But most of the areas where the crime is very high, there is no proper facilities, sports facilities for our people. And the minister spoke about Citrusdal. Thank you very much, because I was one of the people that went to go check out Citrusdal even before the flooding, the same as the Riverlands, before the flooding and after the flooding. And then the Kraaifontein area. Those were the three areas to me that was like highly neglected when it comes to sports facilities, especially in the Kraaifontein area as well. Your Kraaifontein sports facility in Eikendal and the one in Scotsdene. Like tomorrow, they're having a cricket tournament there between Brackenfell and North Pine. And I don't know how they're going to do it, because I was there about 2 months ago, and I think it was in August. And I raised that question to the minister after that tournament of it was the 50th anniversary of the high school in Scotsdene. They hired the sports facilities in Kraaifontein, and they invited me there to attend. That clubhouse is a total disaster. There's not even proper toilets to use. It's The sports field, the rugby field, there was so much injuries that day. And the minister, I know, asked one of the officials here to do an investigation into the municipalities regarding the funding that gets allocated to uplift the sports facilities in the areas. Because I know that the Kraaifontein one in Eikendal, in 2 years' time, it's celebrating 100 years. But in this 100 years, I'm not 100 years old yet, but in this 100 years, I know I went to that sports grounds quite some time, a lot of times actually. I used to play netball there as a youngster. I'm not old, but I used to play netball there. But that field was never really upgraded. There's no stadium facilities. Like the other day, it was raining. People were sitting in the rain. There's nothing. There's not a proper stadium for a sports facility that's almost 100 years old. And there's no stadium. To me, that's bad. So to me, it's like the funding, the money that get allocated to spend on those facilities are not being used in that areas to upgrade that facilities. And really, the department really needs to look into that. Thank you very much.
Nessa, it was directed at you.
Thank you. I think it was related to the municipal infrastructure grant, and that we have, at our next amendment, we have already asked them to be tabled it to see how we can, as sports perspective, can get a better, much better input into the municipal infrastructure grant and how we can better spend it and get best value out of it. That example, I can tell you some many other examples, is whether the municipalities don't have enough technical support or process delays, obviously have an impact on it. But I do think there's a case to be made for us as sport to have a better role to play in how the municipal infrastructure, that allocation for sports facilities do get managed. And I think that will certainly go a long way in contributing. So I think that was the discussion was around, wasn't for any official to specifically look at that facility, but more broader, how we have better input into the municipal infrastructure grant. Thanks.
Member Kasim, there's on the third round, there's a last follow-up from your side as well.
Thank you, Chairperson. I actually went to link this question to the first one, and it takes me back to my original question before the break on Cape Malay funded museums. I just wanted to check with the department. Do you also have a report as to how many museums that showcases the Cape Malay heritage are you funding, or if any of those museums approached you? So if you can maybe just add that into the report as well, if possible. The same with the other cultures as well. If you can do that, please. Thank you.
Who will respond?
Could I ask that we supply that in writing, because we can look at the 32 affiliated museums and their themes and their exhibitions to provide a more thorough response. That I think might be better.
So the request is a list of that, and then obviously the content, the themed content of the museums, and then I think the question was also which ones did not proceed with an application that were on the radar, so to speak. And possibly I'm taking this a stretch too far. I'm not sure whether this is within the ambit of the committee, but you mentioned earlier there's private museums as well. It would be, if that information is available, it would be good to have an idea of what's out there and what's not out there, and what was at one stage part of the process. I think that should give us the information we're looking for. Colleagues, so we've dealt with part A. Part B, first round of questions in terms of part B. I see Member Van Minnen.
Thank you. I've got several questions. Should I pose them all at the same time, Chair?
Well, you have 10 minutes in the first round. So let's pose all our questions here. Then we have the follow-ups in case something was missed, and then a last stab at it, as we said in the beginning.
So it's not 10 minutes full. Program 1, this is on page 63, administration. It talks about 93% of the internal audit recommendations being implemented. I want to know why it is 93 and what has happened to the other 7%, why they were not implemented. Then on page 84, program 3, libraries again, talking about the SLIMS crash and library membership. So we've heard now that the data has been retrieved. Has that had an effect on the recorded library membership? Or is one still seeing numbers being down in libraries? Because a lot of other indicators with libraries have gone up, including 2 new libraries. So I just want to know what's happening with membership. Is there an indication as to if membership is indeed going down, why that is, and what attempts are being made to increase it? Because I think that's very important, looking at the outreach, so one needs to look at the increase in library figures. And also, how does that relate to library usage? Because you might have less people using the library more. So I hope that makes sense, really. And then on page 86, talking about archives, flood damage to certain archival materials that needed restoring. What flood was that? Where was that? But also, I think more importantly, what steps are being taken to ensure that there isn't a problem going forward with floods. We're seeing more and more weather events. Also things like fires. I know it's at the UCT library, but I mean, the destruction of the UCT library was something we really have to avoid. So are all the fire requirements up to date when it comes to archives? If we could please cover those 3. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? Member Stevens?
On page 44, only 181 schools are assisted. Could you provide the names of the 181 schools which are being assisted? This number is extremely low considering the number of schools within the Western Cape and number of learners of almost 1.2 million from preschool to secondary school. This program must be extended to include and especially our previous disadvantaged schools, which is a breeding ground for gangsterism and should be given preferences.
Thank
you very much, Chair. I think page 7. Just a description of the work Independent Tribunal on Heritage does, but with no sense of the work done in the period under review, So beyond what has been described, what was done, there is no sense in the report. I felt that I must just elevate that. I'm not sure whether this question was not asked here by my colleague, page 38, paragraph 2, where a statement is made that you either cancel or postpone programs due to inclement weather and load shedding, as your facilities do not have infrastructure to deal with such eventualities. Now, that is noted, but why there is such, and or what are your plans to avert such from happening in the future? Is it possible? Perhaps if you were to give us a picture of this, that will help a great deal, so that when we meet again sometime next year, if there will be load shedding, but I'm not optimistic, I don't think there will be. But of course, inclement the weather would always be there. Are there no measures in this instance? Can you consider one? I think this committee, we need to commend the partnership with Hisense for the development of what is called the Televolution Museum in Cape Town, as it seeks to deepen and promote technological innovation. I think, Chair, this committee ought to applaud the department for that. There is this Western Cape Provincial Geographical Names Committee. The name explains itself, but in respect to the task in this period, why? I mean, you suggest that in this period there were no submissions, you know, of name changes. I'm not going to make a submission of name changes, you know, but one is interested in that, you know, to ensure that, I mean, it is not redundant in this instance. Let me jump this one. You know, I like this issue of healthy lifestyle and so on, through sports and so on. Why is the department not talking about the relationship perhaps between health lifestyle through sport and also through access to healthy food? I don't recall finding that anywhere. You know, that there should be a relationship, and perhaps you may not be aware. There is a program of promotion of food gardens, Chair, in this instance, a basis to supplement or complement this work that what could be your view in respect to that you balance, that you talk about healthy lifestyle overall, not through only one aspect, but also in terms of your own diet, the diet of those who are involved in sport. There is in paragraph, I mean, page 44, after school initiatives, where you talk about MOT centers, and there's no indication of the allocation in this instance. You know, I beg you to understand these neighboring school centers. Maybe I'll be helped by the by the department. I like this after school initiative. You know, maybe will be taken through in respect to possible strands in the period under review. I like it where I stand. You know, I think I hear the MEC, but there was a talk about a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Education. And here in the report, I don't recall seeing that, and including its content thereof, you know, and also given the state of working class schools and lack of sports infrastructure thereof, you know, is there a roadmap? Is there a roadmap and with timelines? You know, for instance, you go to Herikwala High School in Khayelitsha. Part of the land of the school have been taken over by land invaders in this instance. Yet that school, that land was meant for sports ground. You go to Nsebenziswane in Philippi, you know. So I think there has to be an indication. Maybe you take us through beyond the rhetorical plans. What I describe as roadmap is there no roadmap in respect to this off-school initiative? On the organizational environment, page 49, fraud and corruption cases, but unfortunately there are no details. They're just named there. There are no details. And tomorrow we'll be told that no, it was presented before the committee and we accepted. but without us knowing the details, you know. Strikes, HOT. What about HOT? You would sit and look and say, okay, there's going to be a Section 77 strike, irrespective of a union involved, federation involved. Who will attend, who will not attend. Now, then the question arises that this report suggests that workers in the department are not unionized or they were threatened not to attend the Section 77 strike of last year, which I happened to lead it. You know, because immediately after seeing this, I then took keen interest to understanding and say, is there a union in the department? You know, what are the conditions? Or are workers happy to extend that they can't attend to anything but they're happy, despite that their members, or they were threatened? So I think the committee would need that to take us through. And regardless of the question, of the response, I am going to make a follow-up through concrete work on the ground to understand. Okay, no. Human resources is on part D, nature.
Part B.
Oh, human resources. Okay, let me get to it.
Yeah. So we'll get to the rest of the report. That's the last part of what we're going to do. So it's part B.
Oh, okay.
You sort of right responses from the report.
No, were you saying? No, I was just posing a question, or were you confirming that human resources part D, not B?
We're on part B at the moment.
Okay.
B.
Okay.
Over to you.
So it is technical questions. I'll leave to the team to respond. On the strike matter, they'll also respond to the technical details, and we'll ignore the fact the honourable member led the strike.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yeah, on the strike, TICA staff are very forthright, independent people, and I believe whatever decisions they've taken, I think we must respect. Definitely, we're not intimidated. TICAS has a very good working culture, so the member must, if it is necessary, do the other investigations that need to be done. But I'm quite confident. Staff in TICAS are unionized. There is a union representing the interests of the staff in TICAS. The questions, we're going to start with libraries. We'll follow with the archive question, and then we'll move on to the mods, and then we'll cover the question about the postponement of events, the neighboring schools and after school question. Please can it be covered when you're doing the mod, Danielle? And then Michael, you'll cover the geographical names question. I think that covers which one?
They are lines.
Yeah. And then CFO will kick off with the 93%, which is now 100%. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, HOD. Thank you for the question, member. So the internal audit action plans not implemented. It relates to the internal control area, where the recommendation was to incorporate how internal control will incorporate combined assurance. So at the time of them coming in to follow up, it wasn't implemented then, but it was implemented subsequently. So it is a governance issue. And like I said, it has been implemented since. Thank you.
Yes, so the SLIMS crash had a direct impact on our numbers showing a decline. The libraries were manual for about 9 to 10 months. We couldn't send out automated renewal notices. We only counted active membership, so everything that expired within those 9 months, we did not count. The library usage is increasing substantially. We can see that in our number of literacy interventions, our ICT usage statistics, as well as our Libby statistics. So Also, if you look at the gate counters, which is not reported in our annual report, but by libraries to their municipalities, there's a huge increase in usage.
Thank you. In terms of the flooding in the archives, that unfortunately happened on the 25th of September last year. Then it affected the records that were in our reading room. However, I must just confirm that those records, I would say luckily for us, they were bound volumes. So the water damage was not severe. And it didn't also affect the information in it. But one can just see when you page through the document that there was some water damage. Luckily, I would say on the day, some of our staff were working, even though it was a public holiday, but we were preparing for an event. So they managed to rush and immediately save those records. So they were rescued. Following that, we do have a professional conservator who then, if there's any potential damage to any records, immediately attends to it and applies some conservation treatment so that the damage doesn't get worse. In terms of the steps that we're doing in terms of the possible damages or even possible disasters. You mentioned the fire, for example. Yes, we have looked into those matters through also our business continuity plans. Part of in terms of the flooding, one of the things that we are doing, because the department, the building itself is under the Department of Infrastructure, so we've got direct contact. If there's anything, we immediately log a call while we, as the staff, are trying to manage the situation. But we also have the equipment, the wet and dry vacuums, the dehumidifiers, the carpet blowers, just to attend to the matter immediately. Then in terms of fire, what we've done, we've looked into possibilities of fire coming outside of the building and coming from inside. Coming from outside, one of the things that we did, there were a lot of trees around the building. We requested the Department of Infrastructure to cut the trees, especially those that we saw that there were a potential risk. On the other hand, in the building, there is a fire. There is a fire detection system. There is also a fire suppression system. However, the fire suppression system currently is almost about, I would say, 98% completed. However, now the Department of Infrastructure is busy finalizing some of the related aspects in order to give over the system to the archives as the client. But that is going to be a gas system called Energy and Gas to cover any possible challenges that might be there.
Members, thank you very much for the questions. I'm struggling to hide my passion and excitement around the excellent questions. We will certainly share the list of 181 mod centers. It is not enough. We'd love to expand it to all schools. We'd love to take it to all the hotspots, to all the disadvantaged communities. And we welcome any inputs from the committee in terms of how we can do that, how we can leverage partnerships in local communities, local organizations, private sectors. So we'll share the list with the mod centers. Clarity around the neighboring schools. The difference between a mod center and the neighboring school is that a mod center initially had 3 coaches, a neighboring school had 2 coaches. With budget cuts, those numbers have been reduced. What we are going to do going forward is consolidate the 2 programs. So we'll have mod light. So essentially, one school will have 2 coaches and another school will have 1 coach. So neighboring schools consolidating with the mod program, and the only difference being the number of coaches allocated to each school. But with the partnerships that we're establishing, we hope that we can increase the number of coaches, increase the footprint, increase the number of youth that we employ through the after-school program. Healthy lifestyles is central to sports. Choosing to be active, choosing to continuously take a walk, choosing to continuously exercise. So an example is that the first month in October, we hosted a big walk. And the big walk targeted all Western Cape government employees. And it was a wonderful event. It was the first event we did independently without a partner. And participation was good. But upon reflection of that event, we realized that big walks shouldn't be a once-off event, but people should be encouraged to walk continuously. And that's what we want to do in our programs. So we've partnered with the Department of Health around the WOW program. Another example around healthy lifestyles is at the Lavender Hill Shared Facility. At the Lavender Hill Shared Facility, we run a group for teenagers, for the elderly, right? And whenever I speak about this activity, it makes me smile and it warms my heart. Because you will find people older than 50 dancing, drawing, singing, having the time of their lives through music and interaction. So there you've got our coach delivering a program to the teenagers, right? So the teenagers are coming there thrice a week. It's a safe space where they can come thrice a week. In addition to that safe space, there's a partnership with health, where there's a biokineticist there who's measuring their health heart rates, the heartbeats, their chronic diseases, and so forth. So there's data that exists around teenagers who are actively engaging in recreation thrice a week, their health is improved, right? So the question and the task is, how do we do more of that great work? And so I appreciate the challenge to do more of that great work. Linked to healthy lifestyles is also partnerships around mental health. So there's lots of data that says taking a walk, playing sports, taking time out is much better than taking an antidepressant. So we firmly believe that if we took a small percentage of health budget, they would have to build less clinics. So we firmly believe that as DCAS, Cultural Affairs and Sports, Department of Hope, Department of Joy, Department of Happiness, invest in that and you will require less clinics. So WOW is something that the Department of Health does, but we're working on that partnership. We're working on collaborating stronger together so that we can have greater impact around maintaining health and preventing people from being unhealthy. School sports is something that we are very excited about. Our minister has met with the Minister of Education, and collectively, the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sports and the Department of Education, we have been tasked with spearheading the development of a comprehensive school sports strategy. So we are hosting a seminar with education next week. And this seminar will be a pivotal event in charting a sustainable and equitable future for school sports in the province. Key objectives of that seminar is around fostering collaboration between the two departments, exploring how to improve sports delivery, the delivery of school sports, and aligning with the broader provincial goals of youth development and social cohesion. So that's the first step. The first step in developing a 3-year plan for school sports is having that seminar with education, agreeing on what realistically can be achieved in the next 3 years. Once we have that seminar, it's also about engaging with federations, because federations have an important role to play. So school sports is dependent on strong collaboration and trust between ourselves, education, and federations. And the ministers have given us 3 months to collaborate and come together with a firm plan in January to say, this is the vision, this is what it's going to cost, and this is who's doing what. So that plan will give clarity. Thank you. Okay, so just the question around nutrition very quickly. So as part of the MOD program, we do provide nutrition. It's not necessarily the healthiest meal, but we can certainly explore with education around making it healthier. We can also certainly explore around working with the Department of Agriculture, around food gardens at the schools that we do serve. So that is the nutritional question, HOD. And then in terms of facilities, we've built the shared facilities. So shared facilities is a facility clustered by a school, a number of schools, and a number of schools then have access to it. So currently we've got approximately 6 facilities. We're going to conclude the construction of all 6 in the new financial year, but we're definitely going to explore with education how we can replicate that shared facility model. So we increase the number of facilities to host school sports activities.
Thank you, Chair. I just wish to add 1 or 2 things as well. So education and our department, Cultural Affairs and Sport, we also follow the National Memorandum of Understanding that has been signed between the 2 ministers of DBE and DSAC. And there has been a previous agreement signed in 2018, which came to an end last year. And then after the elections about a month ago, the Minister Gayton McKenzie and the DBE minister signed in Parliament the new MOU. So that is part of the framework. It's a 27-page document, and we are now, as the Western Cape, looking at the implementation of that. DCAS and the WCD meets on a quarterly basis, and we then work together to enhance school sport as well. The key question about also health, we also have a relationship with the Department of the Premier, in which we have the mental health annual conference, and then we also go around the districts where we engage with employees as well. And even at the we had a conference on the 10th of October on International Mental Health Day, and at that we also explored nutrition and what people should avoid. Then, Chair, in terms of the inclement weather, so when we have sport events and activities, then we are governed by the rules of the federation. So the umpire or referee would then make a determination if the pitch can be played upon or not. And they would make that call to say either the pitch is too wet or we cannot play in these conditions, and the game would be called off to a future event. It's a difficult one, Chair, to sometimes engage upon, because of course you could have months of planning. And you may recall a few years ago with the cycle tour, the wind simply blew the first cyclists away and they couldn't even go past 50 meters. So these are the type of difficulties that we will always have within sport. But I think by and large, we have been blessed with good measure weather, and we have not needed to call a lot of games off. But in the safety of the players, there has been players struck by lightning in South Africa as well. So these are the type of things that we would have to take into account as well. And I just want to make the one point also that we have also within our 181 mod centers consciously also tried to have them in the 18 ABT areas that has been identified in the Western Cape Safety Plan as well. So there's been that conscious attempt that we have activities in all 18 identified areas in terms of the safety plan. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. Just to address the question on the Western Cape Provincial Geographical Names Committee, I think just in terms of context, name change applications is one of the things that the committee does, but it also has some other functions. It works with municipalities and advises municipalities on name changes. Municipalities also have the authority to change certain names within their ambit of jurisdiction. False names such as streets, municipal buildings, square parks, cemeteries, and that type of thing. Under the Provincial Geographical Names Committee, We have specific structures that fall within their ambit. These include railway stations, highways and government dams, mountains, hills, rivers, streams, bays, islands, passes, and so on. Under this year, under review, there was no successful or completed application submitted to the Western Cape Provincial Geographical Names Committee. This is a challenge. The reason for this is that although an application can be made free of charge to the committee, the process to get to a completed application can be quite costly because in terms of budget, there must be public consultation, and proof of public consultation must be submitted with the application. And so people find it sometimes very costly to submit a completed application because of that aspect. So for this year under review, the committee and the unit, they focused on the review and standardization of names. You'll see later on in the report indicated 242, the committee reviewed 351 names. These are names that's on a standard database, and these names have periodically to be reviewed in terms of their spelling correctness and geographical coordinates. The committee also focused on planning and public awareness. From HWC side, we included them in the stakeholder engagements, and then during those stakeholder consultations, they made the public aware of the process for name changes to promote the process. Thank you.
The last one was about the cases of fraud and corruption. One is two at a museum. Both are allegations of fraud, and they're currently being investigated by PFS. The one investigation has been concluded, and some work that the department is doing there. The one is in HW. It's actually within the department with one of our staff who was working in heritage, doing Heritage Western Cape work, but Heritage Resource Management employee. And that was an allegation of fraud again, the email manipulation. That matter has been concluded and has been closed. Yeah, those are the three. Thank you.
Members, any follow-up questions? Going. Say again. You're never tired. You're you're fitter, clearly doing sport. We're moving on to the rest of the report. Colleagues, keep in mind that parts C, E, and F are mostly dealt with by SCOPA. Having said that, we have the right to ask questions in that regard as well. And then part D is definitely within the ambit of this committee as well. So for the rest of the annual report, first round of questions. Okay. Member Gwensu, Member Van Minnen.
No, just 1, 2, 3, 4 questions. It's not a lot.
Sorry, your microphone.
Okay.
Is it on?
Yes.
Okay, so you speak in the microphone, please.
Okay, let me come close. Page 165. Employment and vacancies. This austerity trajectory is indeed a problem because we may accuse you of using austerity or budget cuts as a convenient excuse not to fill vacant positions, But despite that, if there were to be money tomorrow, one is to be interested on the plans, in respect to attending to vacant positions. On page 169, there's a table there about resignations. Page 169. Resignations. of workers. And the different categories. I like how you construct your reports for one to easily read it and understand it. About 15 workers who resigned refused to provide reasons of their resignation. What could that mean? 15 is a lot, quite a lot. I don't want to assume and insinuate, but is the department not worried about that? Or -1 problem? And you know that should there be a vacancy, it's not going to be easy to fill that vacancy. So one is deeply interested beyond what is being written. What could have been the reason for this 15 to leave the department and to a point of refusing to declare the basis for their departure? And also, I'm interested in the levels. You know, I couldn't establish if maybe I had sufficient time, maybe, or paid much attention, I could have known better. But in terms of the levels of these employees, where are they located? These 15, maybe they may be drawn from different levels, but one is deeply interested. Given the numbers in the employment equity report, you know, which is also here, 171. What message is this report trying to convey to the committee and the electorate? And given the Western Cape, the demographics of the Western Cape. So one is deeply interested indeed if you look at that. And it's related to the question I asked earlier in this instance, when I was concerned about, though the question perhaps one would say it was misplaced, but it becomes more valid again. 188, I think this second last question, the use of consultants. Whilst one acknowledged the content of the nature of the projects undertaken, was there no way with which internal capacity could have been used? Or till when shall this department use consultants? Well, some of us understand the use of consultant outsourcing is nothing but to hollow out the capacity of the state. And where we stand, we believe that we can rebuild the capacity of the state, even on embarking on intellectual work, such as research. So, and also, of course, the collaboration work with UWC should be commended. But finally, who owns these consulting companies except UWC? And also, one is deeply interested on the ownership and to what extent are they also addressing the transformation agenda? You know, where I stand, I don't approve the outsourcing, and I'm for the building of capacity, in-house capacity in this instance. You know, so those are my questions, Chair, for Part D at the moment. Thank you.
Member van Manen.
Thanks very much. Okay, so it's page 168, 169 in terms of the turnover rate, which I see is seemingly quite high. Also, there seems to be a reluctance to participate in exit interviews as to why people are leaving the department. And I just want to know what work has been done to ascertain in this regard why people are leaving, whether or not it's a normal development, and if there are issues, if there have been measures taken to try to ameliorate this. Thanks.
I do not see any other hands, so over to your team, HOD.
Thank you, Chair. The team again will cover questions relevant to them. I think the team must prepare for the consultant ones just to give some context. And then, yeah, let me attempt a few and then I'll hand over. The reasons why staff leave, the 15. This is a general trend, but in DCAS we do know. In the first bit where Dr. Janse van Rensburg was talking about the more attractive opportunities in the city. We've been losing a lot of our heritage officers there. In fact, every year we lose a couple. And where, if you look at the next graph by age group, where you see older people resigning, we also have sit-down conversations with them to try and understand why. And there are compelling personal reasons why they opt to go. We do encourage them to stay, obviously for the impact that it may have on their pensions, but at the end of the day, it's the employee's right to go. The completion of the form is an anomaly. All of them have got a choice to do so or not to do so. But at the management level, whenever an employee resigns, we do have a conversation and we have a fairly good understanding of what, when and what causes our staff to leave. And in the most cases, it's better opportunities. I'd like to hand over to, who's going to start with the first consultant? Maybe Jackie, just talk to you on what work we were doing there. Just high level, please, colleagues. Lyndon will talk the case for sport, etc. Okay, you can go.
Thank you, HOD. So maybe just broadly, member. So if you look at so let me start to say that we do not, as a rule, we do not use consultants. Our own staff are responsible for implementation. When we do consultants, it's normally highly specialized work that is required, for which we do not have the capacity in-house. So you'll see most of these are research related. We do not have a research component within the department. So I just wanted to clarify that. So I don't know whether you want us to go into the individual projects that we outsourced. Just clarity from the member.
I believe that was, in fact, what was asked, but let the member speak for himself.
Okay. So thank you for the question. So the question relates to the case for sport. In 2011 and 2012, Provincial Treasury had a discussion with our then head of department, Mr. Brent Walters, and pointed out that we always have anecdotal evidence for sport, character building, leadership, teamwork, etc. What was important then was Provincial Treasury requested us to do an economic research for the case for sport, so that besides the social benefits, we're now going to focus on the socio-economic benefits. We then went into a partnership with the University of the Western Cape, and we agreed to do a longitudinal study, because in South Africa, in 2008-2009 financial year, the national department did a case for sport on a national level. We then now did a provincial case for sport. So we then had Professor de Koning and others working together with the sport federations, getting the questionnaires, interviewing them. It's important for us to have an independent person looking at it, because that person would engage with the federations outside of our realm. So we are not part of that engagement that the professor in the university had. We then had the first case for sport that he then issued in 2015, and then the second case for sport was issued in late 2018. The interesting one about the 2018 one showed that in the last few years that the economic base for sport and recreation industry in the Western Cape is equivalent to 8.8 billion rand, and which is equivalent to 2.2% of the provincial GDP. He did that in consultation with Stellenbosch, the Bureau for Economic Research. Mr. Gerard Venter was consulted in that regard. So the two universities partnered to make that happen. Thereafter, we had a slight slag because of COVID. And in the COVID period, as members will recall, very little sport activity actually happened. And now in this financial year, the third and last report of the longitudinal study will be issued. So later this year, he will present his report. And the 2018 report, Chair, was 500 pages long. So this is part of the difficulty why an in-house person would have difficulty in doing a 500-page document over a period of 2 to 3 years. He interviews federations, he interviews individual persons, institutions, he analyzes our annual reports in order to draw conclusions. Once he has delivered his report, the third case for sport, he will make a presentation to the minister and to the department, also to Treasury and other stakeholders across the Western Cape. That will then inform us where our strengths and our weaknesses lie so that we can determine the way forward. Thank you.
Just to add, so Palmer Development Group did an evaluation of the last 5 years of Year Beyond. So they did a survey and tracked down 35% of participants who had participated in the program to look at what they were now doing and whether they were working or studying, how they felt about the program, how they felt about how it capacitated them. And then they compared that to national statistical data from the Labour Force Survey to determine whether the program was making an impact. Like Lyndon has said, it's very important that that's done independently, so it's objective. And we're very pleased to report that that report found that Yeboniers were 10% less likely to be NEET than others in their cohort. They are 45% more likely to be socially active and actively volunteering in their communities than their age cohort. And they are 22% more likely to improve their studies. So very, very positive results coming from that. And that's where the figure of 70% of them being economically active comes from and the sectors that they're working in. So we track them as they exit the program for the next 6 months. And thereafter, we only come back to them every 5 years and interview them. And it's always done by an external agency. So it's an independent evaluation report.
Yes. So the Western Cape Library Service has been wanting to look at alternative service delivery models. For the Western Cape, but also looking at trends internationally. So we're working with the UCT Design School. We partnered with them on a student project in 2023, and then continued into this formal partnership where they are facilitating the process with a team of DCAS staff as well as municipal staff to look at alternative service delivery models for public libraries going into the future.
Thank you, HOD. Just on the two consultants for museums, Katie Mooney and Jolene Young Heritage Consultancy. Earlier in one of the other questions that I answered, I spoke about how we're assisting museums to recontextualize their exhibitions. Within the museum service, we have limited capacity to do such research ourselves. So Katie Mooney was appointed to conduct research for the Worcester Museum to inform the reconceptualization of the exhibition, specifically focusing on including the people with disabilities and the role that is played in the area of Worcester. And then with Jolene Young Heritage Consultancy, they were appointed to do research for the Bartholomew Dias Museum in Mossel Bay, specifically to look at the area or the time period when prior to Bartholomew Dias arriving at the Cape to make the exhibitions more inclusive on the local community. Thank you.
Just one thing that I had forgotten to mention, Chair and member, is that after the first case for sport, when we presented to Treasury allocated the extra 10 million rand into the sport budget because of the evidence that was presented.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Just a quick note on the post and the turnover rate. So the turnover rate is a bit higher this year because of the fact that we could appoint less people when the DPSA circular kicked in. There was about 4 to 5 months where we couldn't do appointments, and the turnover rate there's a direct impact between people leaving and people coming into the department. Then also the levels of people that have left, it ranges across salary levels. We've got a couple on level 10 and 11, quite a few between level 7 to 9, and that's generally your younger people that are looking towards enhancing their careers and moving around. So that doesn't seem to be out of sync. Just looking at the list, which we can provide, member, if it's required. A lot of people have left for promotional posts, but just didn't take the time to complete the forms, and as just indicated, no reason. We are also looking at corporate service center.p to try and make this process in an electronic format online, which will then hopefully enhance the participation rate, because currently it's a document that they must complete. And obviously when they leave, they don't feel that the need to still complete a document to submit in this regard. Thank you.
Colleagues, any follow-up questions?
Yes.
Member, I just want, just before you start, nothing on, please go ahead.
Yeah, those ones might be sleeping. No, I hear you in respect to the non-disclosure of reasons. Don't you take that as an administrative weakness from your end in this instance? Because when there are systems, when one exit, right, follows those processes, in some employ, there will be what is called exit interviews. They may be optional or what have you, and one, of course, chooses to. Yes, those would be attempted to respond to this question, but in a more generic way. But the fact that we're 15 who don't know the basis for them to leave, for me, can be described as a crisis. So that one remains a concern on my end. The second one relate to okay, because when we live here, we must have a sense that suggests that there's no toxicity in the department. Because when some of the things are unexplained, the public, including ourselves, may make us to assume, and don't want to get to that. But 13 is quite a lot. Okay, I get the point on the consultants, but what has not been responded to is whether the consultants are black or white, and whether they comply with the BE requirements. So that question for me, I don't recall hearing you responding to it. I get the frustration. I mean, I get the frustrations as in respect to why they're living, and they're living to where, right? To the city of Cape Town, and it's not only your department, and it appears that across city and state-owned entities and private sector. No, thanks very much. Those were my follow-up questions.
Right, over to you.
Yes, thanks, Chair. If we can provide the company makeup, whichever of these consultants. I don't think that's a problem, Chair. The part of the resignations, as I've mentioned earlier, we are very clear. We know when our staff leave. I know the optics don't look right, but we are quite comfortable in DCAS that the staff who have left have not left because of DCAS. There are more of them in the lower areas. We encourage them to leave when an opportunity comes, take it. And the ones that we are more concerned about is actually the ones at the end, the older staff. The younger ones, we really encourage upward mobility. Opportunity comes, go for it. But the ones at the end are the ones we worry about. And every time an employee of that age wants to leave, there's a sit-down conversation with the direct manager and sometimes all the way up to the HOD to say, are you sure this is the decision that you are taking? We cannot mention, obviously, those are all personal reasons, and we were convinced that they've made up their minds and there's nothing else. But we understood the circumstances that they found themselves in to cause them to make the choices that they've made. But it was definitely not as a result of the work environment in these cases. Thank you, Chair.
You also just speak into the microphone, please, for the record.
For the consultants on that form, on that table where the consultants are listed, the last column mentions the BEE, triple BEE level. Yeah.
Right, colleagues, any last comments? Then, then our interaction with the department and the various entities, it's concluded. Maybe just from my side, it's a general observation as well. I can't be the chair and tell people, to give us the page number and all those things and not stick to it myself. So I have a general observation that there's good quantification of what you are doing, X number of projects, X number of participants there, but I miss it being quantified in terms of the size of the problem. So if for argument's sake, there's not a criticism, it is something in your 5-year strategic plan that I certainly, from my view, would like to see is, if you're going to reach X number of people with, let's say, participation, whether it's in libraries or in sport, and you need to know not just the number of schools, for example, you need to know the number of schools that are not being reached, because I think that's important information. The same thing with the number of children going through various programs. They're part of what we do, because this committee is linked to community safety. If I can put it in very simple terms, if we can get children off the streets, participating in sport, doing their studying and their reading at libraries, and it can be linked to dietary kinds of care, all kinds of things. That kind of a network of, in particularly underprivileged, gang-ridden areas. If we can get people off the streets doing these things, which clearly everyone here is passionate about, committee members and members of the department, then we know we're making a difference. And I think that's ultimately what we're after. But we need to know the size of the problem. We need to see transversal interactions there. We need the size of the problem, as well as the size of the solutions that are being implemented. And very clearly, there's transversal aspects at play here, both in the feedback and my reading of the report. You're sitting with X amount of resources. You're doing what you can, which is great. There's clear enthusiasm and dedication there. But given the budgetary constraints, given the call it silos that you have in government, we need to look at transversal solutions that you can also quantify the savings you are making by the departments. And there was, I think, Ms. Manuel, you touched on that. Part of the reason why I believe departments like yours struggle to get funds, because it's not seen as a hardline quantifiable department. You need to quantify what you save, what nearly put a kind of a monetary value to it. So that's the kind of thing that certainly from my side, one would like to explore. But I also believe, to call myself to order, that's not our annual report discussion. It's when we come to your 5-year strategy, that's the kind of thing that we need to discuss. And Then the other observation, which we'll take it up under resolutions, very clearly there's an immediate matter of libraries that we need to deal with. So we can talk until we blue in the face about getting everyone to read. First things first, let's not have half of them closed down. So thank you very much to the department. Let's stretch our legs for 5 minutes as the committee members, and then we'll get into resolutions. But thank you very much. Lunch is, I was reminded by my procedural officers that we do like to eat as well. And lunch is served there. The committee will join you later. Thanks.
Chairperson.
Colleagues, so we on the resolutions, keep in mind that we held over because we got stuck a little bit for time in the previous section, but we have now managed our time well, and we have the time to apply our minds to resolutions. So first, in terms of community safety, if I can just ask Wasim, as our protocol officer, I know Member van Minnen sent in some proposed resolutions. Let's just check what we received, and then I'll open to the floor. So if you can just read to us Member van Minnen's proposed resolutions.
Thank you, Chair. The committee recommends that the Western Cape Police Ombudsman increases the number of its stakeholder and outreach engagements, especially in rural areas. The committee recommends that the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety includes a list of the top 10 murder hotspots for rural areas in all of its reports related to crime statistics.
Colleagues, any difficulty with those resolutions? I think it's consistent with what we discussed in the past. Okay, now for any, so those resolutions, I just want to check online. I don't see any objection, so those are agreed to, those two resolutions. If I can ask for other resolutions from the floor. Maybe if I can just kick that off from my side. It's also consistent with our previous discussions. I do think it's important that this committee engages with the agreement that was signed, the memorandum of understanding that was signed between a national government, provincial government, and the city of Cape Town, in terms of how it speaks to, firstly, the strategic plan of the department going forward, and also in terms of, there's a couple of key issues that we all feel very concerned about. It's extortion, gangsterism, the weaknesses in crime intelligence, and we also see the rise of kidnapping. So there's certain, we can, actually quite a long list we can go into there, but we need to have a breakdown of how that memorandum of understanding in practice is going to play out and work for our communities. And I think that while we accept it's an annual report, it's something that I think we should expect going further and pick up. I hope that was clear. Is that agreed to, colleagues? Any other resolutions under community safety? Well, I have a couple as well. In terms of the firearms problem that was referred to as one of the key drivers, the proliferation of firearms, I believe that is a matter that also there is a debate at the moment that there should be a Western Cape-based firearms disposal unit. I think the committee should also engage with that and other solutions that can deal with stopping the proliferation of illegal firearms. That's the one aspect as well that came up. And then I covered in the first resolution also the importance of the crime intelligence capacity. There were just a few days ago, there was a horrific set of murders that also speaks to all of these things. So those are also resolutions from my side. Or do the committee find those acceptable?
Say about also the proliferation of ship-ins. Did you talk about it? Yeah.
Have a resolution you want to propose?
That's that I don't have my notebook with me.
Well, I remember that coming up in the context of illegal liquor outlets and the liquor authority. We were questioning them around the ability to prevent the kind of behavior that leads to crime and violence. Should we formulate that as the committee should explore what role the liquor authority can play in tandem with other law enforcement agencies to ensure that there is not an abuse of alcohol that leads to violence and death? Does that cover that? Colleagues, and this is not a resolution, but I'm now talking sort of in brainstorming mode. Something that occurred to me in the previous meeting is you can regulate the behavior of there's an element of where a license holder is responsible for the behavior and the conduct of people on their premises, and there's a responsibility there that's recognized in law. But also the distribution of alcohol to illegal liquor outlets and to possibly people that are in violation of their licensing. That's possibly just as a thought that I think we can explore as part of that discussion.
So, what could also help, just a focus as part of the what is called content oversight, a focused conversation with the liquor authority, what? You know, it is then that perhaps we'll have an appreciation of the current state of affairs.
Can we add to that? Let's add that to the resolution, that part of the committee's investigation should be a focused discussion. I would also, you also reminded me in terms of the discussion of the National Memorandum of Understanding. I think we should have focused discussions as well in that regard, inter alia with the police commissioner. I think that would also be assist us. In fact, what struck me in the annual report in community safety was the drivers of violent crime and how persistent and how embedded it is in society. So those are, I think we can add that principle, also focus discussions to that resolution. Wasim, was that clear enough, or you got that? Okay, if there's a problem with wording, colleagues, are we in agreement that those are the resolutions for community safety? Okay, then let's move on to cultural affairs and sport. The most obvious one that pops up, the one that I think time-wise is urgent, is the library bill. I'm very, very concerned, and perhaps it's because I was one of those little kids that literally went to the library every day. I was fortunate enough to be able to do that. I find it unimaginable that if we as a committee that actually want more libraries and more people reading, that we sit with a situation due to, frankly, a bizarre anomaly, that we run the risk of financial implications that can close down half of the libraries. So I think we are in a position to prioritize it as a committee, make sure that our end, that library bill is done, that entire situation of the province that we can regularize that relationship there, and we get the finances and all the financial implications, prevent any negative consequences for libraries. So I would like to suggest that also in terms of the program, and I think we should understand what we are agreeing to, that we're prioritizing the library bill as a matter of urgency to conclude it before I would actually say we should try to conclude it in the new year. Are we in agreement? A new member van Minden would definitely agree. So we both have a share love of libraries. Then okay, before I speak further, I also lost I must just get my notes in order here. Any other resolutions in terms of the annual reports we saw today? Any other resolutions? Wasim suggested he just reads out these notes. It might help to focus our minds after a long meeting.
Thank you, Chairperson. The request for information is as follows. The committee requests that the Western Cape Cultural Commission submits a list of the recommendations of the feasibility study for the remodeling of the Schoemansport and Melkbos OPC facilities. Then the committee requests that the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport submits a list of registered museums that have recently opted to not be affiliated with the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport after showing initial interest. A list of the 32 affiliated museums and the key themes of that each display, or that they display. Where possible, submit a list of non-affiliated museums where the key themes are also reflected. A list of the 181 schools where the mod centers are based. A breakdown of the employee salary levels and the designations of the 15 personnel who resigned without stating reasons for their resignations.
Colleagues, those are proposed resolutions. I think it's consistent what we raised and it's reasonable. So I propose adoption of those resolutions as well. Agreed? Right. Any other resolutions that we want to take in this regard? Well, I do think we can, as we said before in the committee, we need to try to, with the oversight, dovetail the two departments because there is a link there in terms of crime prevention. Colleagues, that then are all the resolutions. Then we just need to deal with. Oh yeah, no, we're on this absolutely on the same page there. So just two sets of minutes that we need to deal with. Perhaps sitting in committee meetings should be a sport. Who can sit the longest? Right, colleagues. I'm struggling to see over this. I'm going to. Oh, there we go. Member Boyson is protected. There's
Member Boyson.
You're protected.
You've covered me in
Boyson.
everything.
I don't trust you.
Let's, colleagues, can I have a proposer? Member Van Minnen proposes. Can I have a seconder? Member Stevens seconds.
Benson opposes.
There's no opposition by the sounds of it. Then, colleague, the second set of minutes. I think that we still, yeah. Colleagues, there's the set of minutes there on the flat screens. Colleagues, can I have a proposer? Yeah, you weren't there. Member Gwentu is proposing. Seconder. Member Stevens is seconding. Colleagues, so that set of minutes also adopted. Thank you very much. I can conclude the meeting.